change to potential bench splits or the likes of that, another injury enforced change. And it's quite a significant one, I think, really, in terms of how the Boks might play tomorrow. Very different players, Apelele Fassi and Willie le Roux. One more the creator, the other one X factor in themselves. And I think after a bit of a tough game last week for Apelele Fassi, probably one of the most challenging games of his career coming up tomorrow. He's really nailed on that 15 jersey. Last week was probably one of the games where he struggled a bit more than he has since he's come back. But he's got a big opportunity right away to get back to that kind of form that we've seen him in the last year, where he's just been so good. And in what potentially could be wet conditions, also a big test for him. And very excited to see how he comes through that test tomorrow evening. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So this is actually quite significant, really, with regards to how the makeup of this team suddenly looks. Because I mentioned, very different players. I mean, it's funny how you think of, rugby being 1 to 15 and you sort of have players in the same position, but as soon as you have a different player in that position, the complexion of the entire team just sort of changes, And in terms of the complexion now, we've got far more attacking talent from an X-factor, individual sort of brilliance. We've got an extra runner, we've got an extra threat that can run with the ball, that can score tries, that has the ability to beat defenders. But we've lost a creator in Willie le Roux, and somebody who's probably got a bit of a better tactical kicking game, for example, somebody who maybe reads the game a bit better. And I think the biggest loss is obviously we probably lose about 85 odd caps, with Willie le Roux having over 100 caps or 100 caps on the dot. Apelele Fassi, I don't think, probably a little bit less than 20. But so if you look at how the side suddenly looks, it's going to be interesting to sort of see the role that Andre Pollard now takes on. Because traditionally, Pollard often starts with Willie le Roux. Those two as a combo work very well, where Willie le Roux often sort of comes into that first receiver position when he sees that there's something odd on the attack, and he becomes the provider. He, at one stage, had the only person who had more assists than him in World Rugby in the last decade was Bowden Barrett. That's how many times Willie le Roux sets up tries. So it's a big blow for the Boks with regards to the creativity they have on the field. On the other hand, we've now got a player who can really have a go from distance and from counter-attack. Apelele Fassi has got X factor. He has got pace, explosive pace, and if there's a half gap, he can take it, and he can be really dangerous when you're on the attack in terms of if he gets the ball in a bit of space, you'll use it and he'll exploit it probably a bit better than Willie le Roux will. For me, what's going to be interesting is the fact that they've gone with an Apelele Fassi despite the conditions we're expecting to see tomorrow evening. Now, personally, I thought that Damian Willemse had a good chance starting this game, given the fact that it's wet, that it's at his home stadium, for example. I think Damian Willemse is a very solid all-around player. He's going to the high ball. He's got a good tactical kicking game. He still can attack with his own sort of X factor. He's also probably a bit more of a distributor than Apelele Fassi, having played a lot of rugby at 10, a lot of rugby at 12 as well. So I thought that he would have sort of fitted the bill. And it's quite interesting that not only did he initially not get picked, but even now, when you've got no Willie le Roux and you kind of want that creator at 15, they've still not gone to Damian Willemse. They've also not gone and looked at like starting a Sashapane Zulu in the number 15 jersey and maybe bringing on somebody into the bench. They've just made a complete straight swap, and Fassi will start at 15. And what for me is going to be interesting is that this is probably quite likely our 10-15 combination for the All Blacks. Right now, that number 15 jersey is in Apelele Fassi's hands. I mean, we talk about the fact that we're moving away from having players who kind of, inverted commas, own the jersey. But right now, you're playing a World Cup final. I always use that as a measure. You're playing a World Cup final tomorrow, who's kind of playing? And maybe one or two players might adjust depending on the opposition, but generally there are players who you still think are your number ones if you're playing a World Cup final tomorrow. You might not agree. Lots of people get very triggered when I say this, but I still maintain it's true. You still, when you're playing against like New Zealand or France or Ireland in a World Cup final tomorrow, you've got an idea of who your 23 would be and who you want in different positions. And I think right now, Apelele Fassi would be in the number 15 jersey should we play in a World Cup final tomorrow. So it's a big opportunity for him. I thought last week he showed a bit of, what's really good about him, but he also struggled a little bit. And I think that we need to find sort of defensively sort out a bit of the back three. I mean, Apelele Fassi did not attempt or make a single tackle last week, which when you concede how many tries, I think about 3 or 4 by the time he went off, is a little bit worrying. But I think it's also, maybe sort of indicative to how Australia really sort of played on the break last week. And, when they got opportunities, they were often basically already broken the line and almost the South African line was quite flat because it was on turnover ball. So I think that, Fassi's had to go through a lot in his career with regards to being dropped out of the Boks back in 2021, having to go back to the Sharks, having to work on certain things, having to really prove his way, that he'd improved. Then he's come back into the Boks and he's looked like $1 million. Last year, probably one of our most consistent performers, and was just putting in big performance after big performance. Even like improvement during the season, for example, during Wales was really good under the high ball, but he kept having that sort of leg that kind of shot out that was going to get him in trouble. By the end of the season, we had sort of seen that he had actively worked on trying to reduce that as much, and we can just see the improvement in a player that's really hungry to try and get to his best level. And he looks a lot more comfortable, I think, in himself and playing the way he wants to play. He's now adding goal kicking to his game, for example. He's playing a bit of 10, for example, running a bit of 10. He's not going to actually play a 10, but I think he's trying to learn how to become a bit more of a distributor. So he's a player who I think attitude changed in the last couple of years, where he's really realized that he needs to be quite open to improvement. And I think he has learned how to take on the criticism that he's got in the early stages of his career constructively. He's always been, X factor. He's always been a player who can beat a man, who's got pace, who can create something out of nothing. He's never lacked the talent. But I think temperament something, and this is where we talk about experience. He looks like a different player from a temperament point of view. He's making better decisions, for example. He's taking on more responsibility as a fullback. And for me, that's the biggest thing when it comes to playing test match rugby. It's temperament. It's decision-making in difficult times, decision-making, split-second decisions in high-pressure moments that separate the good players from the great players. And that's where Aphelele Fassi has really, really, for me, improved in the last few years, is his decision-making, and his temperament has just looked so, so much better. And it's going to be interesting to sort of see how we maybe also adapt our play tomorrow. I think tomorrow, originally, we would have been playing a lot through Willie Leroux. Now, obviously, we're going to be playing probably more through Andre Pollard. I think Damien Day-Lindy also will have a bit more of a role from a distribution point of view. But it's also something that we knew was kind of potential on the card. We spoke about this in our live show on Wednesday, that Willie Leroux wasn't a tracksuit, was not training. Aphelele Fassi ran at 15. So he has had the week's preparation in the spot. He did train there on Wednesday. He will train there today in captain's run. So it's not like he's sort of been thrust in. This was always quite a big possibility. In fact, it looked pretty inevitable when Willie Leroux did not train on Wednesday. I mean, usually they say if you don't train Monday, you don't play. So the fact that Willie Leroux then trained Wednesday, or didn't train Wednesday, and Fassi did, then obviously sort of shows you that this was always in the cards. But anyway, what do you think is going to make a big difference? How do you think this is going to change the way we might play tomorrow? Do you think it's a good thing, bad thing? And what do you think the role of Aphelele Fassi will be? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Sport. And some breaking news. Once again, the Boks have had to make a Friday change to the team. Willie Leroux ruled out through injury, and as a result, Aphelele Fassi will start in the number 15 jersey tomorrow evening in Cape Town. The only change to the Boks this week. No sort of change to potential bench splits or the likes of that. Another injury-enforced change. And it's quite a significant one, I think, really, in terms of how the Boks might play tomorrow. Very different players, Aphelele Fassi and Willie Leroux. One more the creator, the other one X-factor in themselves. And I think after a bit of a tough game last week for Aphelele Fassi, probably one of the most challenging games of his career coming up tomorrow. He's really nailed on that 15 jersey. Last week was probably one of the games where he struggled a bit more than he has since he's come back. But he's got a big opportunity right away to get back to that kind of form that we've seen him in the last year, where he's just been so, so good. And in what potentially could be wet conditions, also a big test for him. And very excited to see how he comes through that test tomorrow evening. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So this is actually quite significant, really, with regards to how the makeup of this team suddenly looks. Because I mentioned, very different players. I mean, it's funny how you think of, rugby being 1 to 15, and you sort of have players in the same position, but as soon as you have a different player in that position, the complexion of the entire team just sort of changes, And in terms of the complexion now, we've got far more attacking talent from an X-factor individual sort of brilliance. We've got an extra runner, we've got an extra threat that can run with the ball, that can score tries, that has the ability to beat defenders. but we've lost a creator in Willie Leroux, and somebody who's probably got a bit of better tactical kicking game, for example, somebody who maybe reads the game a bit better. And I think the biggest loss is obviously we probably lose about 85 odd caps with Willie Leroux having over 100 caps or 100 caps on the dot. Apele Fassi, I don't think, probably a little bit less than 20. But so if you look at how the side suddenly looks, it's going to be interesting to sort of see the role that Andre Pollard now takes on. Because traditionally, Pollard often starts with Willie Leroux. Those two as a combo work very well, where Willie Leroux often sort of comes into that first receiver position when he sees that there's something odd on the attack, and he becomes the provider. He, at one stage, had the only person who had more assists than him in World Rugby in the last decade was Bowden Barrett. That's how many times Willie Leroux sets up tries. So it's a big blow for the Boks with regards to the creativity they have on the field. On the other hand, we've now got a player who can really have a go from distance and from counter-attack. Apele Fassi is got X factor. He has got pace, explosive pace, and if there's a half gap, he can take it, and he can be really, really dangerous when you're on the attack in terms of if he gets the ball in a bit of space, he'll use it and he'll exploit it probably a bit better than Willie Leroux will. For me, what's going to be interesting is the fact that they've gone with an Apele Fassi despite the conditions we're expecting to see tomorrow evening. Now, personally, I thought that Damian Willemse had a good chance starting this game. Given the fact that it's wet, that it's at his home stadium, for example, I think Damian Willemse is a very solid all-around player. He's going to the high ball. He's got a good tactical kicking game. He still can attack with his own sort of X factor. He's also probably a bit more of a distributor than Apele Fassi, having played a lot of rugby at 10, a lot of rugby at 12 as well. So I thought that he would have sort of fitted the bill. And it's quite interesting that not only did he initially not get picked, but even now, when you've got no Willie Leroux and you kind of want that creative 15, they've still not gone to Damian Willemse. They've also not gone and looked at like starting a Sacha Zulu in the number 15 jersey and maybe bringing on somebody into the bench. They've just made a complete straight swap, and Fassi will start at 15. And what for me is going to be interesting is that this is probably quite likely our 10-15 combination for the All Blacks. Right now, that number 15 jersey is in Apele Fassi's hands. I mean, if we talk about the fact that we're moving away from having players who kind of, inverted commas, own the jersey. But right now, you're playing a World Cup final. I always use that as a measure. You're playing a World Cup final tomorrow, who's kind of playing? And maybe one or two players might adjust depending on the opposition, but generally there are players who you still think are your number ones if you're playing a World Cup final tomorrow. You might not agree. Lots of people get very triggered when I say this, but I still maintain it's true. You still, when you're playing against like New Zealand or France or Ireland in a World Cup final tomorrow, you've got an idea of who your 23 would be and who you want in different positions. And I think right now, Apele Fassi would be in the number 15 jersey should we play in a World Cup final tomorrow. So it's a big opportunity for him. I thought last week he showed a bit of, what's really good about him, but he also struggled a little bit. And I think that we need to find sort of defensively sort out a bit of the back three. I mean, Apele Fassi did not attempt or make a single tackle last week, which when you concede how many tries, I think about 3 or 4 by the time he went off, is a little bit worrying. But I think it's also, maybe sort of indicative to how the Australia really sort of played on the break last week. And, when they got opportunities, they were often basically already broken the line and almost the South African line was quite flat because it was on turnover ball. So I think that, Fassi's had to go through a lot in his career with regards to being dropped out of the Boks back in 2021, having to go back to the Sharks, having to work on certain things, having to really prove his way, that he'd improved. Then he's come back into the Boks and he's looked like $1 million. Last year, probably one of our most consistent performers and was just putting in big performance after big performance. Even like improvement during the season, for example, during Wales, was really good under the high ball, but he kept having that sort of leg that kind of shot out that was going to get him in trouble. By the end of the season, we had sort of seen that he had actively worked on trying to reduce that as much. And we can just see the improvement in a player that's really hungry to try and get to his best level. And he looks a lot more comfortable, I think, in himself and playing the way he wants to play. He's now adding goal kicking to his game, for example. He's playing a bit of 10, for example, running a bit of 10. He's not going to necessarily play at 10, but I think he's trying to learn how to become a bit more of a distributor. So he's a player who I think attitude changed in the last couple of years, where he's really realized that he needs to be quite open to improvement. And I think he has learned how to take on the criticism that he's got in the early stages of his career constructively. He's always been, X factor. He's always been a player who can beat a man, who's got pace, who can create something out of nothing. He's never lacked the talent, but I think temperament's something. And this is where we talk about experience. He looks like a different player from a temperament point of view. He's making better decisions, for example. He's taking on more responsibility as a fullback. And for me, that's the biggest thing when it comes to playing test match rugby. It's temperament. It's decision making in difficult times, decision making, split-second decisions in high-pressure moments that separate the good players from the great players. And that's where Apeli Fassi has really, really, for me, improved in the last few years, is his decision-making and his temperament has just looked so, so much better. And it's going to be interesting to sort of see how we maybe also adapt our play tomorrow. I think tomorrow, originally, we would have been playing a lot through Willie Leroux. Now, obviously, we're going to be playing probably more through Andre Pollard. I think Damien Day-Lindy also will have a bit more of a role from a distribution point of view. But it's also something that we knew was kind of potential on the card. We spoke about this in our live show on Wednesday, that Willie Leroux wasn't a tracksuit, was not training. Apeli Fassi ran at 15. So he has had the week's preparation in the spot. He did train there on Wednesday. He will train there today in captain's run. So it's not like he's sort of been thrust in. This was always quite a big possibility. In fact, it looked pretty inevitable when Willie Leroux did not train on Wednesday. I mean, usually they say if you don't train Monday, you don't play. So the fact that Willie Leroux then trained Wednesday, or didn't train Wednesday, and Fassi did, then obviously sort of shows you that this was always in the cards. But anyway, what do you think is going to make a big difference? How do you think this is going to change the way we might play tomorrow? Do you think it's a good thing, bad thing? And what do you think the role of Apeli Fassi will be? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
John, just twofold question. What do you expect from the Wallabies on Saturday in the second test? And then also, you're getting the opportunity at 8 against, most likely against Harry Wilson, if he passes his fitness test. Just what do you expect from the Wallabies, first of all, and then your role at number 8 this weekend, you're getting the opportunity. So just if you can answer that, please.
I think we're expecting much of the same. To be honest, we need to give credit to the Aussies. They did quite well, and then obviously their turnover attack cut us up a little bit. So for us, it was just working on our defense this week, and then to answer the second question, it's actually my first test start in 7 years. So yeah, that speaks for itself. I would just like to do my best for the team and get us on the front foot, and hopefully we can do a good job on Saturday.
Jael, just I was going to ask on that, your guys had to be pretty patient over the years for opportunities, and this, given the context of what happened last weekend, it's a big game. Do you feel the weight of what this opportunity means to you on an individual level, and how do you separate that from the kind of goals of the team?
Yeah, definitely. I've been thinking quite a bit this week because of the result last week, and there's a lot of pressure on us. And then for me to come in not starting for 7 years, I've just not tried to think about the outside noise too much. Just trying to get my prep right in the week, and then, as I said previously, just to do a proper job. Yeah.
Were there times over that journey where you thought another crack might not come? I mean, do you go to some places there?
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, your mind is a powerful thing, and there were times that I was thinking, like, should I just give up on the Springboks? But I would never be able to do that. So, as you said, it's taken quite a while for me to start again. It's taken 7 years, but then again, you can never take this for granted, because when you get your shot, you need to make it count.
You say you haven't played a test, which is true, but you did actually get to wear the jersey.
Yeah.
And it happened to be at the same stadium that you played on Saturday, and you did really well in that game before you went off injured.
Yeah.
Has that helped? Your confidence that you at least got the run there at the place where you play?
Yeah, definitely. I think getting that run does help my confidence a little bit, although it is like 2.5 months ago. So we've done a lot of prep, a lot of hard work, a lot has changed. But yeah, I'm just so thankful for the opportunity to get to run out Saturday and represent my country again.
Rob?
Jean-Luc, how do you sort of keep yourself in the moment, when you consider how, with the current injury situation and the position and all that kind of thing, that, a big performance here could see you starting in New Zealand in a couple of weeks' time. So how do you sort of keep yourself in the moment, only focusing on this game before looking a bit too far ahead at what could come?
That's a very good question. I wouldn't say I would start against New Zealand because we probably have players coming back. But then again, I think you answered the question there. I don't want to look too far ahead. I'm saying it again now, it's my first test start in 7 years. So for me, it's this Saturday, and that's the only thing that's on my mind right now.
Thanks, guys. Vloggers off, and then Stephen and Vin.
Okay, John, just twofold question. What do you expect from the Wallabies on Saturday in the second test? And then also, you get the opportunity at 8 against, most likely against Harry Wilson, if he passes his fitness test. Just what do you expect from the Wallabies, first of all, and then your role at number 8 this weekend, you get your opportunity. So just, you can answer that, please.
I think we're expecting much of the same. To be honest, we need to give credit to the Aussies. They did quite well, and then obviously their turnover attack cut us up a little bit. So for us, it was just working on our defense this week, and then to answer the second question, it's actually my first test start in 7 years. So yeah, that speaks for itself. I would just like to do my best for the team and get us on the front foot, and hopefully we can do a good job on Saturday.
Jael, just I was going to ask on that, your guys had to be pretty patient over the years for opportunities, and this, given the context of what happened last weekend, it's a big game. Do you feel the weight of what this opportunity means to you on an individual level, and how do you separate that from the kind of goals of the team?
Yeah, definitely. I've been thinking quite a bit this week because of the result last week, and there's a lot of pressure on us. And then for me to come in not starting for 7 years, I've just not try to think about the outside noise too much. Just trying to get my prep right in the week, and then, as I said previously, just to do a proper job. Yeah.
Were there times over that journey where you thought another crack might not come? I mean, do you go to some places there?
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, your mind is a powerful thing, and there were times that I was thinking, like, should I just give up on the Springboks? But I would never be able to do that. So, as you said, it's taken quite a while for me to start again. It's taken 7 years, but then again, you can never take this for granted, because when you get your shot, you need to make it count.
You say you haven't played a test, which is true, but you did actually get to wear the jersey.
Yeah.
And it happened to be at the same stadium that you played on Saturday, and you did really well in that game before you went off injured.
Yeah.
Has that helped? Your confidence that you at least got the run there at the place where you play.
Yeah, definitely. I think getting that run does help my confidence a little bit, although it is like 2.5 months ago. So we've done a lot of prep, a lot of hard work, a lot has changed. But yeah, I'm just so thankful for the opportunity to get to run out Saturday and and represent my country again.
Rob, and then Steve.
Jean-Luc, how do you sort of keep yourself in the moment, you know, when you consider how, with the current injury situation and the position and all that kind of thing, that, you know, a big performance here could see you starting in New Zealand in a couple of weeks' time. So how do you sort of keep yourself in the moment, only focusing on this game before looking a bit too far ahead at what could come?
That's a very good question. I wouldn't say I would start against New Zealand because we probably have players coming back. But then again, I think you answered the question there. I don't want to look too far ahead. I'm saying it again now, it's my first test start in 7 years. So for me, it's this Saturday, and that's the only thing that's on my mind right now.
Thanks, guys. Vloggers off, and then Stephen and Vin.
Things off. I think yesterday you had your first training session. Just give us feel, the difference between Cape Town and Joburg in terms of altitude and everything like that.
Staying in a pretty nice place. It's good to see some of the scenery here. A bit wet today, obviously, but obviously from last week we were coming in, acclimatising, getting over the jet lag. But again today, physical test match. So from yesterday, getting the bodies right and trying to get our recovery in.
And in terms of the jet lag, is it something you feel is still such a big factor going from first week to the second week?
Yeah, definitely. I reckon so. Any test match you play is physical and big and taxing on the body, and then to play the week later is always going to be a test on the body as well. So every team's doing the same. Every team's trying to get their recovery in mentally as well, and then reset and go again because obviously the goalposts are changing. There's new goals for this week ahead.
Just in terms of question to you, last week there was a bit of rain in the beginning to early stages of the match and maybe just weather conditions. This weekend most likely will be a bit of rain. We saw you guys and just how tough you were against the British Irish line, just grinding that, in that victory, obviously just not being a bit successful, but sort of just how do you approach this week knowing that those are the kind of conditions that you will potentially face this weekend?
Yeah, you mentioned we've had to deal with that once already this year, so we certainly feel confident in how we prepare for that. But look, that being said, the preparation is different every week for every opposition. So what we do know this week is that the Boks are gonna respond. So we need to prepare ourselves physically for that. We know they're the benchmark globally for that type of game. So we'll get that right, and then we're very blessed. We've got a fantastic coaching staff, strategy and tactics wise, and guys like James O'Connor, Nick White, who can also add a bit of IP there. So we'll leave the strategy and that sort of stuff to those guys, and the rest of us will get ready for a big test match.
What does last weekend victory mean to you guys? Obviously you're going to any match wanting to win. Now, that's why you play the sport, but excuse me, the manner in which you were able to defeat, the Springboks, the world champions, back-to-back world champions. What does that type of victory mean to Australian rugby, knowing that it's just the journey that you guys are on currently moving into the Rugby World Cup?
Yeah, you said it, and I said it before. I think the Boks have been the benchmark globally for a little while now. So to beat them anywhere, home, away, is an amazing achievement. To beat them in South Africa is something we haven't done for a very long time, and certainly a goal that we set ourselves. So to be able to tick that box and be able to enjoy that as a team, and as you mentioned, where we're at on our journey, it's a very, very special feeling, and that's why we all play the game, as you mentioned as well. But again, you win, you have one good win, and you don't follow it up, then you're pretty quickly chasing your tail. So for us, it's about enjoying it and understanding just how big that win was for us, but also understanding how big this week is, because you mentioned it and I said it again, that the journey is a long one and it doesn't stop. So for us, it's important to keep going.
Tate spoke yesterday about the environment Joe has been creating over this past 24 months, and just in terms of you guys, is there a difference in terms of, where you were last year and where you guys feel you are now?
Well, I think for any team, you do definitely have your ups and downs. It's not just a upwards trajectory of improvement. I think we showed some games last year, especially on that spring tour. Put a couple of good games together there and really tested ourselves against some of the top teams in the world. It's been great under Joe. I think all the boys and the staff have been enjoying the environment first and foremost. So that's a good tick. And then it's from this weekend it translated into a performance like that. So yeah, we've all been enjoying it, and it's been great to have him around for him to stick on as well.
And Rossi, he tends to announce his teams early in the week. I think last week it was on Monday. This week it's this afternoon. Does that, knowing early on, against you guys are going up against, affect the way you go about the training? Because I know you only announce, I think, on Thursday, if I'm correct. Does knowing early, who you are facing, affect the way you guys go about things?
I don't really think so, to be honest. Maybe at a coaching level, but for us players, we know we've got to get through our group of work on most teams, our main training day is that Tuesday, so it's a pretty heavy day. So just after this, we'll go off, we'll get a bunch of our work done and things that we kind of do each week that we need to prepare, because we know if we don't test ourselves during the week, we won't really set ourselves up a good performance on the weekend. Tactically, I'm not too sure if that has too much of an effect, but you do your preparation in general of IDing who's going to play throughout the weeks, and you look at different things here and there. So it doesn't have a massive effect for me personally, but yeah.
I think just one more from me. You would have come into last weekend's match preparing really well. This week you face a wounded Springbok, and sometimes people will say that that's maybe one of the toughest ways to face a Springbok team. Do you change how you prepare, knowing that they are going to be a lot more physical, a lot more intensive, and potentially, and this is what Russell maybe alluded to yesterday, reverting back to typical Springbok rugby this weekend in order to potentially get back into winning ways?
No, I don't think you change the way you prepare. I think every time you play the Springboks, you prepare for exactly what you just described. So I don't think that will change our preparation. Again, as I mentioned, mentally, we have to make sure that we're ready for that, because that is, at this point, it's the biggest challenge in World Rugby is coming up against the Springboks, and I don't think it changes the way we prepare.
Got some time for some questions online. If there's some online, Johnny, I can see your hand up there, mate. If you just want to jump in.
Hey, Nick, how's it going? Just a question for you. It was really impressive just watching the work in the collisions. I was just wondering what Joe Smith has brought to that work, just in terms of winning collisions, which was really impressive on Saturday.
I think Kel's touched on a bit before about the mindset going into games, and especially against the Springbok, but I'd also say probably in that opening 20-odd minutes we didn't win too many collisions either. So we know how the Springbok play, and they come out hard and fast, and obviously they did come out hard and fast, and we kind of struggled a bit there. Joe's brought a bit there. Laurie Fisher as well, that's his bread and butter, and going through a lot of those defence systems. So it's another area that we're definitely got to look at for this week coming up, because we know that they started pretty bloody well, and we've got to capitalise on that.
Yeah, and just one more for me, Andrew. I was just wondering, obviously you've been around this team for a while. Can you give us a bit of an insight what makes this group so special to be a part of?
There's a lot of things. I think the first one that comes to mind is the work the coaching staff are doing. We've got a big staff, but an extremely experienced staff, and that even with a little bit of turnover, with Jeff Parling heading off to Leicester, you lose an experienced guy like that, and you gain another one in SAS. So that's been fantastic. And I mentioned the strategy and the tactics just prior. Add into that guys like Whitey and Rabs, who can add a lot of value there. But then underneath that, within the team, there's this really strong core group of guys who've been around for a little while, and I think naturally when you see some consistency in the team, that sort of translates into whatever you want to call it, cohesion, combinations, all that sort of stuff. So I'm certainly feeling that at the moment, and it's a really, Freddie touched on it, it's a really enjoyable environment to be in at the moment.
Thanks.
Hey, Kels. A bit of talk that guys like Andre Pollard might come back, and clearly in the first 20 minutes of the game they had a lot of success with box kicks and putting pressure in the back three. Are you guys expecting that they'll resort to a fair bit more like that and just a slightly different kind of game plan?
Yeah, well, I think what we've seen from the Springboks over the last, 4 to 8 years is a pretty strong game plan that hasn't deviated too much, and it's really worked well for them. And so that is the box kick to compete, and then the physicality around the kick chase and that sort of stuff. So as I mentioned before, we're always expecting that from the Springboks, but I mean more so in rugby at the moment. That is a pretty big staple. So that doesn't change for us. We're always working on that sort of stuff, and I think with the weather here, you're obviously not here, Christy, but it's pretty wet. So definitely expecting a little bit more of that.
And just like the composure that, like, oldest halves pairing in a long time, but what kind of composure did you pick up from having Whitey and JOC at 9 and 10? Like, you would have played outside a lot of kind of younger 10s in recent years. What did you find the difference by having those two there in those key positions?
It's an interesting question. I don't think there was, to the naked eye, so to speak, I don't think there was that many major differences. I think what it was when the team's flowing and we're in play, it's those guys having the experience to fall back on. So Rabs knows, because he's been in that situation multiple times before, and the same for Whitey, and those guys are actually able to bounce off each other and then make a call, either a starter play or a broader sort of tactical call on how we want to go about it. And that is the benefit of having those guys in the team. And I think even back to the last Lions test with Whitey at halfback, we sort of even saw a little bit of that benefit. So, again, the challenge for those guys is to keep providing that, because it's a really, really tricky skill to do, especially when you're, in the cauldron against the world champs.
And Nick, how much confidence did you get kind of owning the line-out space and picking off a few of those? Like, clearly the box line-out and set piece has been such a strength for a long time. It must be a fair bit of confidence that you've been able to have such an outstanding kind of game in that area.
I think first and foremost, it was definitely a double-edged sword. We did lose a few, and they put a whole lot of pressure on us. So it is quite tough. Always going up against a Springbok, we know it's going to be a set-piece battle, but I think the boys did a lot of homework during the week of what we can expect from them. And there's a credit to a few boys there, because it's not an individual thing. Maybe I'm the person in the air, but I've got to be lifted too. They've got to be in the right spot, and there's guys getting their ID and their vision right. So it's a whole collective thing from that set piece point of view. So it was good potentially in that defensive space, but we've got to look at our attack heading forward from there, because obviously. We did lose a couple against South Row and a couple in our big moments there, which could have potentially hurt us in some test matches.
Anything further online?
Guys, sorry, Jamie, you go, mate. Thanks, mate. I'm just wondering how you guys have identified what the key to consistent performances is. Like, over the last few years, you've had a couple of really good games and then fallen off, and it seems like you're starting to build more of a consistency across your games, probably aside from the first 3 quarters against the Lions. But have you identified anything in particular that's allowed you to play at that frequent level?
I think the one thing that springs to mind is time in the saddle. I think I mentioned Rabs and Whitey there before, having the experience to fall back on when the pressure comes on, and probably a large portion of the group hasn't had that up until sort of the last 12 to 18 months. So I think what we're seeing is the benefit of the last 3 or 4 years worth of whatever you want to call it, planning, where guys have now had 30 or 40 caps as opposed to 10 or 20, and they've got the lived experience to fall back on, especially when they're under pressure. And I'd also add, right, we've won sort of 2 games back to back. I think, that is a form of consistency, but what we're actually looking for is a lot longer streak of consistent performances, not necessarily wins. So we're definitely on the right track, but we're nowhere near where we want to be on the consistency front just yet.
Thanks.
I'll just throw in one question here. One for Frosty, but both of you can answer it kind of off the back of the consistency question. There was a great quote that Tom Hooper mentioned off the back of that consistency performance where Laurie said that the team's really in the business of getting better, which has kind of felt like something that has come out quite a bit. Frosty, for you first, but, Kels, you can answer this one too. When you actually have a performance like that, when you kind of produce a comeback like that and get a great result, how does that business of getting better kind of be approached? When you kind of come into a week like this, when you arrive in Cape Town, everyone's going, okay, let's do it again.
Well, I think I referred to what I said earlier. Like, we obviously had a comeback, but the first 20 odd minutes, definitely we were under the pump there, and I'm pretty sure the Springboks are going to double down on what they did at the start, which is tactical kicking, physicality, big ball carries, good defence, and they really pinned us in our own 22, let alone our half, and it was quite hard to get out of there. So that's a massive area that we've got to look at and to get better on, first and foremost. So that's definitely probably the main one that comes to my mind of getting better at that and being consistent across the full 80, and we're understanding and what the challenge is going to come. It's been spoken about the response and emotionally and the physicality that's going to be brought. So that's first and foremost. That's the point that comes to my mind.
Anything further online, guys? Happy? Anything in the rip? Did you have anything?
Yeah, I got one. Sorry, mate.
Oh, sorry. Go, Marco.
Harry Wilson's knee. Yeah, I just want to say, how is the captain's knee, Harry's knee? Is it all okay?
As far as we're aware, everyone's available for selection at the moment. We'll certainly look good on when we got into Cape Town, but I'm not a doctor, so I can't actually answer that question. I can get the doctor in if you like.
No, all good. Thanks.
Yeah, sure.
And has he been training? Harry been training?
We haven't actually trained yet, so we've done our normal install. Our normal Monday doesn't involve any running around, so I assume we'll still have a run around today. As I said, as far as we're aware, everyone's available for selection.
Thanks, man. Guys, you obviously know that South Africa they will be without their double World Cup winning captain this weekend because of injury. And just your thoughts on what they will be missing and what he brings, and just your thoughts on that generally.
Well, I think it is a loss for them having their leader, but I've just seen over the years the amount of depth they have in each position is it's second to none in the world. I think a lot of teams envy what they have, so there's got to be a quality player step in his position. I'm definitely there. So maybe they lose some of that leadership, but they've got plenty of other leaders and plenty of other experience on the field to fill their shoes.
And you guys also have a few injuries,
as again, everyone's available for selection at this stage, so we'll go through that. But unfortunately, from the weekend, we did see Peachy with his jaw, and James Slipper's already headed home with a HIA, so we'll miss some experience there and some players. But other than that, for this week, the squad that we have here, everyone's fighting for selection.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. Rassie Erasmus has named a brand new look team for the second test against Cape Town. Andre Pollard, Willie Leroux, Damien Delendi, Cheslin Colby, Archie Snyman, Thomas du Toit, Ruan Nokia, Franco Mostert, Jean-Luc Deprez, all into the starting lineup, and very big changes. A 6-2 split as well. Bit of a nuke squad, really, with Luat Diaga and Eben Etzebeth back to bring impact off the bench. And a very interesting call to bring in Thomas du Toit, who was supposed to be resting for these 2 games, but was available in case they needed him. And obviously, they have decided that is very much the case. Rassie Erasmus has gone with a bit of a different tactic here and quite a new look pack. lots of experience. I think that's the main thing, especially in the back line. And interesting to see the Andre Pollard, Billy Leroux back in the mix. Those two often have to start with each other because they kind of complement each other with regards to what we want to achieve, with Andre Pollard providing that sort of solidity, game plan, tactical news, and Billy Leroux being the creative outlet, really, in terms of getting our wings involved. Before we look at the side, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This is what Rassie Erasmus has gone with. Let's go through it, shall we? So in the front row, Ox and Chair, Malcolm Marks keep their places. The only 2 of 3 people that keep their places in the starting lineup. Thomas Tatoy gets drafted in. Now, he wasn't supposed to really be used, and the idea was to try and give him a bit of time off. Not sure if they decided last week, for example, whether they need to then draft him back in or whether this was basically post the match. They decided they wanted to bring him in, but he will start in that tight head, and good to see him starting at tight head. He has been playing mostly at loose head this year when he has played for the Boks, and we haven't quite seen the impact he's had, for example, for Bar. But I do think tight head is his best position, and in terms of trying to up the Bok tight head stocks, then that sort of provides a very good opportunity to do exactly that. Second row, brand new combination, Archie Snyman and Ruan Nokia. Very exciting. Ruan Nokia for me was a nailed down starter on the back of last weekend. Archie Snyman, I think this could be one of his like second or third starts for the Boks. He just never really starts, but he gets an opportunity this weekend, and that should be quite an exciting and, more importantly, a fresh new lock pairing. Neither played last week, so they'll be absolutely raring to go. Markovin starts in the number 6 as expected. Franco Mostert, as I predicted, starts in the number 7 jersey with that injury to Peter Steph the Toy, sort of complicating things a little bit. You've then got Jean-Luc Dupria, who finally gets a special Springbok game back in the number 8 jersey. And I think that was also probably quite a straightforward selection, not something that's too surprising. Grant Williams does start next to Andre Pollard. Very solid, and again, I think given the fact that we're playing wet conditions this weekend, it will suit Andre Pollard. I like the fact that you got a Sash to come off the bench. I probably would have gone the other way around. But I think this speaks about the kind of game plan you want to sort of play, is really try and get things going in the first half and have people like Arceus Name and Ruan Nokia, Franco Mostert, Jean-Luc Dupria, even contesting high balls, getting in front of their faces and playing off the back of that, allow Andre Pollard to kind of sort of dictate terms. Chesney Colby returns as expected. Kane Moody in the number 14 jersey. It's 2 good wings. They're both World Cup winners. Marcus Pimpi has been drafted into the squad, but I don't think he was ever really going to start. And in the centre, Damien Delende, Jesse Creel also very expected. Jesse Creel leading the side. He's not lost a game as Springbok captain. I absolutely love him as captain. He's just so passionate and so has a heart in the sleeve type of thing. And I think that he might not have had the best game last weekend, but I think he's a player who really likes to lead by example. So giving him the captain's armband sometimes kind of releases him in terms of he's just going to absolutely bang the door down with his performance to try and galvanize those around him. And then Billy Leroux at fullback. It's funny how many people have actually been calling for this selection. When we did our predicted team yesterday, he actually ended up going into it. The fan base voted team. And people basically just saying that we needed the experience that we missed over the past weekend. So it's an interesting combination. And I don't think one that too many people would have called a couple of weeks ago. Then off the bench, Marnus van der Merwe. I love this selection. I think he is a proper jackler. He's got one of the highest turnover rates in club rugby last season. I think only JC Pretorius, as a South African, had more turnovers than he did across your URC Super Rugby Top 14 Premiership, for example. You think on Bone Fenter, continue to do a bit of good work there. And Wilco Low coming off the bench. It's a nice, solid selection. And I feel for Asanati, I think he could have been given a go. And but, Wilco Low is our top tight end at the moment. And I like the fact that we've dropped one of our starters, inverted commas, to the bench to provide that impact in the second half. We've then gone back to the 2 locks thing, and I absolutely love that. Eben Etzebeth, Loet Diaga. Again, I've been talking about combinations. A Ruan Nokia and Arceus Neyman could become a good combination, and the Eben Etzebeth, Loet Diaga combination is a good one. They may be sort of burnt out a little bit over the weekend, but now they'll have a different role. For them, it'll be coming on that second half and starting to really batter the Australians. And then Kwaka Smith try and up the ante. You then got a Kobus Ranach and a Sashfam Gomazulu. You have to have kind of those two as a combination because you need... Look, with Grant Williams, you could have had a Morne Vandenberg, but Kobus Ranach obviously does cover wing. if he needs to. And Sashafama Gomazulu can cover 10, 12, 15. So it's either going to be him or Damian Willemse, kind of, if we go with a 6-2 split. Either of those two have to either be on the bench or in the starting lineup to be able to accommodate the 6-2 split. It's a good side. It's a very strong side. And speaking on it, Rassie Erasmus said, we lost 4 players to injury last weekend, which obviously had an impact on a few of our selections, but we also know where we went wrong against Australia last week. So we made a few changes that we believe will offer us what we need for this game. Very interested to see what those changes would have been, to be honest. He said, we are determined to get things right this week. Bowen got a taste of what it's like to face Australia last week, and Ruan did well against them last year. While it will be good for a few other guys to experience playing against one of the top teams in the world, especially as we continue to build our depth. We are pleased with the squad, and we are aligned on what we want to have to do to lift our standards this week. I mean, it's so much experience. I think that's the main thing. You know, if we're looking at, for example, the total test caps, there are 428 in the back line, 318 in the forwards, but a further 329 on the bench. And I think that's the main thing. There's 61 caps in average in the back line. There's 40 caps average in the forwards and 41 average caps in the back line. So yes, there are new players to the system, like a Bowen Venter, for example, like a Ruan Nokia. Even Jean-Luc Dupré has only played 14 caps. But there's also so much experience in Willie Leroux with 100 caps and Jesse Creel with 81 caps, Damien Delende 89 caps, you know, and on the bench you've got double World Cup winners. You know, the only person that hasn't, there are 3 people that haven't won a World Cup, 4 people that haven't won a World Cup on the bench, and Marnus van der Merwe, Bowen Venter, Wil Cologne, Sash Farming, Gomazulu. But there are also 4 double World Cup winners. Sorry, single World Cup winners because Lourt Diago missed the last World Cup. But double World Cup winners, Neva Netzebeth, Kwaka Smith, and Kobus Reinach, and Lourt Diago's got 68 games to his name. So, yeah, proper side being named by Rassie Erasmus. Let me know what you think of the squad down below. Smash the like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Sasha, just from a flower perspective, you know, James Conner produced a blast from the past last weekend, and just in terms of how would you deal with that this week, judging from last week's performance?
I think, I think he had a solid game. I think in the first 20 minutes he kind of felt what we were about. So just bringing a replica of that, I think would do us good. And obviously those passes he was getting over the top, we've analysed why that happened, how that happened, and we think we've got the solutions to stop that from happening. So I wish him a solid game, but I think we'll be able to tie him down a bit better this week.
Sasha, I know you said you ideally like to focus on playing fly off and honing your skills on that, but when the 6-2 split comes into play and you know you have that versatility, does that sort of ease your mind in terms of just following that growth path that's been set up?
Yeah, of course. And I think also the difference with having, you know, the big dogs like Alejandro Pollard here, there's a ladder that you have to climb. And I think just learning from guys like him whilst juggling the act of 12 and 15, I think it only grows my game. And to put on a Boks jersey is special every time. So whether it's a 23 or 22 or 12 or 15 or 10 on my back, 6 on my back, whatever can help the team and help me get a cap for the Springboks.
Sasha, Australia seems to have a little bit of success in terms of getting around the rush defence a little bit. You mentioned also James's passing. Has that been a chat with you guys and an adjustment that you think you guys should consider?
It's definitely been a chat because we wanted to figure out why what happened. We have a defense system where we enforce pressure on the opposition, and sometimes you have to concede a few meters on the edges, and that is something we know about, and it's nothing that's new to us. So we haven't focused on it too much. I think there were system errors leading up to those bridge passes that really caught us in that position. So those are things we looked at fixing. but sometimes we're going to have to give the opposition the bridge pass, and we're going to scramble like we always do, and catch them on the next phase.
Sasha, I remember a few, probably a month or so ago, Rassi talking about when you were, getting a run in 10, something about like 80% bokke fly off, 20% Sasha. He's trying to encourage the kind of Sasha flair and giving you that freedom while also focusing on the kind of traditional strengths of the bokke 10. How do you internalize all of that? Do you feel like you're getting back to play with the freedom that you want?
Yeah, I think it's going to take a bit of time, and I think coach is spot on. We saw this weekend what happens when you drift away from our system and our structures and our fundamental things that make us a successful team. So that's definitely something I'm trying to hone into. It's been a focus point for the last week or 2 or 3, and it's something I'm constantly growing into, and something that I'm going to be patient with and try to do as best I can, because when you enforce the bokke fundamentals, that's when the team really thrives, and that's when we put ourselves in positions we want and the opposition in positions they don't want.
Sort of building on that, Sasha, the way that the guys sort of fell away in the second half last weekend, have the coaches sort of now asked you guys to maybe give you guys a bit of orders to play a certain way when you come on in that second half to make us the certain desired impact that they want, rather than giving you maybe more freedom that you guys are used to?
I must say the coaches really treat us like adults, and most of the guys are adults in this team, full grown men, except like me and like Ethan and a couple of the other boys, Yana. But look, they never really hammer us down on what not to do in terms of playing what you see and seeing space and things like that. But of course they've tried to re-emphasize our traditional way of playing, and I think the better we can take that on board, the less they'll have to speak about in the second half, and we'll just go out and do that ourselves, because unfortunately they're not on the field with us, and we have to kind of put our hands up when we don't bring our part to the party. And I think they've done an excellent job this week of giving us the best shot possible.
Surely a lot in your role as coming off the bench depends anyway on the state of the game. I mean, you could be coming out to help close the game out, or you could be coming out to chase it. So I mean, your whole approach would probably be sort of on the hoof, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I could also be coming on for injury. I experienced that against Ireland last year. So yeah, there's a lot of situations. I think just sitting next to the 9 on the bench and kind of staying in touch with Felix Jones on the side, that sets you up the best for whether you're coming on the first minute or the 79th minute. But just staying in touch with the game and seeing what the team needs and where the team's at, I think if I can do that along with the other guys on the bomb squad, I think we'll be right to go.
Guys, just a heads up, 2 minutes left. If anyone has, for vloggers, if anyone has a question for Ruan, do it now, please.
Ruan, can we do Afrikaans?
Later, but for vloggers.
Okay,
cool. So,
yeah.
Ruan, just on the lineup specifically, you've been called in ahead of quite a couple of senior guys. How are you embracing that challenge that's going to be there on Saturday?
Yeah, no, it's obviously, first of all, after the weekend, you gotta give credit to Australia. I think they were brilliant in that department, and it's not just the guys that were on the field. It's a whole squad. All of us as locks does the plans together on a Sunday evening. So it's not just the guys that were on the field. It's me, RG, that weren't playing also. So. It's just definitely one that we have to take on the chin, and just make sure this week we execute our plans much better.
Is this the first time that you're playing alongside Orgia, or starting alongside Orgia, and is that something you're looking forward to? And have you sort of been given license to empty the tank, within the first 15 minutes when you know that you've got Irvin and Lurt ready to come on very early in the second half, with the bomb squad?
Yeah, no, it's my first time starting with RG. Really excited about the opportunity to play alongside him. He's also been at the Bulls a few years ago, and I always wished to play with him. I think we play, we can feed off each other a lot. So I'm personally very excited for that. And yeah, like Sasha said, always when you put on a jersey, for me personally, it's just whether I play 10, 20 or 80 minutes, it's all just doing what makes me what makes my game good is my work rate. So I just want to go out and empty my tank every time I can. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Vloggers off. After this.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sport. We do have a Springbok team announcement and a very interesting team announcement as well. As Rassie Krasp is currently in the press conference explaining some of the selections. But I'm going to put a bit of a poll, and we've got to get going here, people. We've got to really start. This is going to be a cool show. I can feel it coming. We need to really pick apart this and see where things are going to go with the Boks here. But for the first question is, do you like the Springbok 23 ? Yes or no. That's all you gotta do. Either yes or no. Very, very simple to answer. I don't want people sort of sitting on the fences and the likes of that. I need you guys letting me know what you think is going to happen. Where are we going with this team? And we're going to talk a little bit about what they've actually changed, to be honest, because there were a couple of things. There were 4 players basically that were set to play, and they basically now are not going to play because of the result last week. And you must be so miffed, shouldn't you? You know, you're in line to play. You're going to be involved in Cape Town, and then this team, if no other way of putting it, cocks it up for you, and all of a sudden you drop out of the team. So it looks like Morne van der Berg was set to play. Vincent Koch was sent to play. Somebody who else was talking about? Somebody else as well. So there were a couple of players who were set to play but have now not been included because of the result. So that's quite interesting in itself. But they've changed the team based on what happened last week. They had an idea of who they wanted to play, but then they've had to now update things. And yeah, so this is now what the team we've got. And the big news is 6-2 split is back, and it's a nuke squad. I mean, jeepers, that bomb squad is proper. And I think that's what's probably so exciting. And he spoke about that, the fact, he said that at the end of the day, we his words were, we outsmarted ourselves with regards to, gassing themselves out too much. And they then said they're going to have to change things, bring in a 6-2 split, for example, try and navigate that and try and basically have a look at what went wrong with regards to gassing them out, and can they sort of change things up to try and prevent that from happening. So just sort of settling in. You've got to make sure that I'm on it for the press conference point of view, to make sure that I get to record of it. Ethan Hooker apparently was set to have a chance as well, and we will have the press conference up very, very shortly as well. So that's why I was a bit late, because we're busy sorting out press conferences and the likes of that. And now we can kind of get into the team, because I'm very excited to see what everybody has to say about this squad, because I think I like it. Look, I'm glad that there are a couple of new faces. I think that they are needed. I think we needed to have a proper look at what went wrong. I do think the 6-2 split being back is a really good move. I think that it looks like a good 6-2 split in itself. I think that's quite exciting, because it's one thing having a 6-2 split, it's another having a 6-2 split which can actually have the type of effect really that we wanted to have. But I do think that that's a pretty good 6-2 split. I mean, anytime when you've got Inevan Etzebeth, Lodiaga, Kwaka Smith, Wilco Low coming off the bench with somebody like a Sash Famigama Zulu, it's exciting. It's really, really exciting. And I think that we've got a nice balance we still got a balance of new players. This is what also is quite cool. We still got a balance of young players. Martins van der Merwe, I absolutely love that selection. And I think that he's going to really put pressure on Bongi Manambi for that second hooker spot, because I think he's the real deal. So before I sort of go into your comments, and there's a lot of people to chat to, let's kind of break this down, shall we? So in the front row, we've got Oxen Chair, Malcolm Marks, Thomas du Toit. Now, Thomas du Toit, originally when we got the press releases and the information, was said to basically be on a 2-week break. Now, there was no sort of clarity on whether regards that was the 2-week matches, for example, or if that was the pre-camp and in the first game. The way that phrased it in the press release basically made it seem as if they weren't going to bring him in unless there was a need to. They were going to try and not use him for these games unless they really had to. That's obviously, if that is the case, changed, and they have brought him back. The main thing, though, I think somebody mentioned in the comments, tight head. Tight head. You know, he's gone to Bath and he's been in the team of the season for the Premiership for the last 2 years based on his performances at tight head. And he's now come back to the Boks squad, for example, and played mainly at loose head. And look, I mean, in open play, there's not always massive differences, but there are sort of small differences here and there. And I do think that he has become a pretty out-and-out tight head. And I like the fact that he's been then named at tight head, and that's where we're going to see him this weekend. Arcus Name and Rowan Nokia, I think this is a really good combination. I think we've got two high-octane players. Both of them have got very good offload games. Arcus Neyman obviously has the physicality. Rowan Nokia's got the engine. I think they complement each other quite nicely. I think Rowan Nokia's got a tremendous skill set. Well, they both got tremendous skill sets, but I think, you know, Rowan Nokia, for example, that whole midfield line-out and the whole kind of thing, he's been quite central to that. So I like it as a combination, and they're also fresh. So we're going to have to be able to go out of a really good go at a Wallabies pack, which has been highly used in the last couple of weeks. So it's going to be interesting to sort of see how those two really get going. And then I like the loose trio. I think it would have been a Marco van Staden, Peter Steph, Toy, Jean-Luc Dupré. I think that was probably the loose trio they announced internally last week. Then Peter Steph Toy got the injury, and so they moved Franco Mostert. So what's really exciting is you've got Franco Mostert, Arcus Neyman, Eben Etzebeth, Lourdes Diago, all in the squad, as well as Rowan Nokia. So we've actually got 5 kind of locks involved in the squad itself, which is quite exciting. And I think it's quite a cool way of doing it with regards to having some big bulky players. But also at the same time, you know, the locks that are involved are good, are mobile. You know, your Franco Mosterts, your Rowan Nokias, they can play at flank, for example. So it's not like we've just got these. We know 5 Will Skeltons on the park, you know, who is a tremendous player, but maybe not the most mobile around the pack. So it's a nice balance there. Franco Mostert's done the job before. Massive opportunity here for Jean-Luc Dupré. He's been around box squads. He's often called in when we've got injuries, and then he kind of never really gets the chance, and he kind of leaves the squad. So he finally gets a real good go. In the number 8 jersey, where Rusty says in his words, there is no crisis. So interesting to sort of see that's how he kind of views it. He thought that Siya Kolisi did very well in the number 8 jersey, and I think that in itself was quite an interesting indictment on him, because it's an interesting sort of think that he might actually become a genuine option at 8th man moving forward. Could see a Kolisi. He's kept Grant Williams. Now, I wondered about if we might get Grant Williams off the bench. So in terms of how this has changed from the team that I predicted, I had Eben starting, and Archie on the bench. So my 23 is actually very similar to, by the way. The only players that I didn't have is I had Andre Esterhazen. I didn't have Luit, so those two were in. And I had Morne instead of Kobus. But apart from that, I've actually got, and Thomas for Asanati. But apart from that, I've actually got exactly the same 23 as to what I sort of predicted earlier. So, hey, to everyone saying I was completely wrong, it wasn't that wrong with regards to the 23. The makeup of the 23 has changed somewhat. But the actual 23 itself is very similar to what I thought earlier. It's not a personal pun, that's just to say. I think that some of these were quite straightforward selections and make a lot of sense. But Grant Williams starting next to Andre Pollard. I mean, I think Grant is our number 1 scrum off. I mean, I don't think that anybody is doubting that. And the fact is that he's now starting against Andre Pollard means that he's got a lot more license to not have to take on the game management part of it himself. You know, I think that he is a player who really likes to play what's in front of him. You know, I don't think that he really suits necessarily the game management well. And as the Boks, especially when Amani Liebach, for example, play, they often like to kick off 9. And now we're seeing them a lot more kicking off 10 and playing off 10. So I think he suits playing with Andre Pollard. Not so much from a attacking point of view, like being able to really get the back line going and throw the kind of passes you can see with Mani Liebach, for example, and having that quick ball. But it allows him more to play what's in front of him and let Pollard almost take on the responsibility of the game management aspect. So as a combination, they suit and they don't suit each other. It's an interesting one. They suit each other with regards to they kind of fill the gaps in each other's games. You know, Pollard far more tactical than maybe Grant Williams is. Grant Williams probably more attacking, for example, and therefore they tick a lot of different boxes. I think in wet conditions we need that combination. You know, and I think that. You know, I had Morning van den Berg with Sasha, for example, and Grant with the Pollard coming off the bench. We kind of seen the opposite of that, and Morning van den Berg was said to be involved, but for the injuries but for the actual result last week, that actually then changed their minds on what's going on. So it's very interesting to see that was been a call, and now they're basically saying they really want to get. I'll be interested to see if the plan was to maybe not play Grant Williams and maybe to have Morning van den Berg start and Kobus Reinach off the bench, and now they've kind of just done a straight swap with Morning van den Berg and Grant Williams himself. So lots to sort of pick apart with regards to the 9-10 combo, but I think it's a good combination. Your center combination, you cannot go wrong with the most experienced center partnership in Springbok history. You know, it's tried, it's tested. Damian De Linde is brutal, and we missed him last week. I think a different type of player to Andre Esterhuizen, but we did miss him. The wings were pretty straightforward. Willie Leroux always kind of has to start when you've got a Pollard, for example, because again, they, as a combination, they complement each other very well. You know, he allows Andre Pollard, for example, to play his natural game without having to always consistently think about, for example, getting a backline going, because Willie Leroux will go into that first receiver role, and he'll do that kind of sort of attacking nature that we see, for example, in a Manie Libbok. And then you've got a Sash coming off the bench. And the nice thing is that with the way our bench looks, we're going to deploy it as a bomb squad. I'm pretty sure we'll see, you know, most in common about the 46th minute will be my guess. And you'll have all of them, Monis, Bowen, Wilco, Eben, Lurt, Kwacha, all on at the same time. What we will then decide is if we are chasing the game, I think you'll see Sash come on at 10. If we're struggling, for example, and we still need a bit of X factor, then I think we'll see Sash come on at 10, and we kind of have to go for all-out attack. If we are seeing out the game, then what you can do is you can bring on a Sasha for a Billy, and you can bring in the X factor, or you can bring Sasha on for Damian De Linde, and you can keep Pollard on for that sort of solidity. So you've got options with how you sort of deploy the bench itself, and that is really, really good to see, because we've got more options, I think, than we had last weekend with regards to how we can kind of use our bench. And then Kobus Reinach is your number 9 option. So I think it ticks all the boxes we needed to tick. And I think that it's a good side. I think this is a side that can really dominate Australia in different sort of facets of the game. So let's see what everybody else has to say. So 83% of people saying they like the team. Let's go see what some people had to say about it. Kajul saying it'll be a slower game. Sorry, I'm just going to try and pick apart. There's lots of comments coming through, which is really, really cool. Also, before I even get to this, actually, very, very big thing to announce. We have got 2 tickets to give away to this weekend, and that is for our Forever Sports members, the players in our squad, you know, the player 24 for Forever Sports, and those are our members. It's a small monthly subscription, which really helps us, enable us. For example, the Rassie Russell press conference is already on the channel because we've got somebody down in Cape Town who's there on the ground, and that all happens because of you guys watching, because of our members and the likes of that. So to say a big thank you to our members, we are giving away 2 tickets to the game. If you would like to go into the draw, which is happening on Friday, the pinned comment is the link to join the members club. And if you do join the members club, you can then go into that draw, which we will draw on Friday for 2 fans to go to the game itself. Unfortunately, Wayne, it does not include travel arrangements. You have to get there. We can give you the tickets, but you have to get there. But if you are interested in that, then, I mean, your odds are better than any sort of other competition. You know, you're looking at like 1 in 100, 1 in 200 odds of actually winning the tickets, whereas you go into other competitions and you're usually 1 of 1,000. So yeah, if you'd like to do it, get involved with that. And yeah, as I said, I'm just going to try and pick out a few comments here and there. If you're desperate for your comment to be read out, then feel free to send a super chat, because then I can obviously see it a lot better and obviously will read it. But let's just go and find a few comments here and there and see what everybody has to say. Sia said, Willemse needs more game time at club level to get his confidence back because he isn't playing like himself. Wouldn't be the worst idea for him to get a bit of Currie Cup time, actually. Just start in the number 15 jersey, just go and run out a bit. Kajul said, smartest move will be to sub Billy for Sasha after minute 1. Not sure they'll agree. Fonsal says, Steve, do you think Juan Horn will eventually replace Billy as a secondary playmaker, create a blink with Pollard in the squad? Look, I think Juan Horn is a tremendous player, and I think it's a matter of time before he becomes a permanent fixture in this Boks squad because he is so good and so talented. I do think that he's the natural kind of replacement, for Billy Leroux with regards to coming in and being that third fullback option. I do think that he is quite a bit of a playmaker. I think he's got a great left boot as well. Maybe not as X-factor-ish as your Damien Willemse says in the uplated fasties, but he's got a good turn of pace. And he's actually deceptively fast. Kelly says, team very much as expected. Think Willie was necessary to calm things down among decision-making, 100%. KR Gopher says, Mani is definitely the best front foot 10, but lacks game management. Polly would have been able to manage that Oz comeback. Dorian says, both Morris and Byrne have over 50 club caps. Oh yeah, they're very experienced in a club sense of view. I mean, Marnus van der Merwe playing over for Scarlets for a long time. Byrne Fenter's been a key fixture in Edinburgh and played really good rugby. So, they've played a lot of rugby. They're just not necessarily used to box setup and playing test match rugby. And sometimes it does take a bit longer, but also sometimes like a Dion Ferree, because you've played so much, you've played around the world. And I think what's important about those two is the around the world part. They've played in South Africa, they've played in Europe, and they've got that sort of different experience as well. So I think that makes it a lot easier to sort of go into test match rugby versus somebody like, well, to be fair, I think playing now with the URC, they get more exposure, but I do think that they're far more experienced, for example, than probably somebody like a Jannetje Wessels, who's only ever played for the Bulls. He's only played 2 seasons where he's played majority of his games in the Highfield and has probably played, less than 10 games at Cape Town and Durban in the URC, for example, and has probably played maybe 20, 25 games in Europe. Byrne Fenter's played probably 100 games in Europe. Marnus van der Merwe the same, as well as their 100, 200 games here. So they've played so much rugby around the world, different conditions, different situations, and they've been involved in different coaching structures. I think that's also quite important. You see players who kind of been around, they're exposed to different environments, can often adapt a lot better. Gerard van Tonda says, proper bomb squad with Eben, Lurt, and Kwacha. Wilco can anchor the bench scrum, and Sash Famigomazulu can change the game for the bench if it's needed. I agree. And Jacques saying, let's commit to 6-8 man lineouts instead of the 4-5 we did this past weekend. Stefan van der Space says, Creel was poor in defense last week, but so were many others. I think that Creel's in for a big game. I think when they give him the captaincy, I think he just takes everything up to a different level. Yassine says, Polly won't be able to keep up with Williams. Leroux is there to manage the back line because Polly can kick a goal. Another comments over here. Matt Adams over here saying, Rassie Masen's backline is shaky. Pollard and Villy means they're going conservative, attacking through Villy. Pollard to kick and control the game. Well, that's the thing. They often do start together for that exact reason, and that's the nice thing. When you've got a Mani Liebach, for example, you don't have to, he provides your game, your attacking game plan, your backline sort of create a role. Pollard don't necessarily get that, which is why you have to play a Willie Leroux. Whereas when you play Mani Liebach, for example, you can then play a Damien Willemse or an Apelele Fassi because they don't have to necessarily fulfill that role. So it's all about combinations. I always talk about combinations. And for example, even in the second row, the combinations of an Arceus Neyman and a Ruan Nokia is a good combination. I think the combinations of Eben and Lud coming off the bench is a nice combination to have as well. So, yeah, I do think that obviously Pollard and Willemse and Leroux being a combination, and Amani and Willemse during the World Cup being a good combination. So, yeah, I think it's a good call at the end of the day. So I'm going to go to some of the other comments. Byron says, or replying to something to Clayton, was saying he needs to play his socks off this weekend. He needs to show he owns that 13 shirt and bring the experienced leadership. We need to smoke them. Talking about Jesse Creel. Jacques Kirsten saying, like Vic Matfield said, we played unbelievably well in the first quarter and then we tried to keep playing too much. Let's, once we are ahead, play more conservative and use our dominant forwards. Well, I'll tell you what, there's lots of forwards to use in this side over here. Seatley says, is Ethan Hooker ever going to get a game in TRC this year? Well, he was set to play. That's the information we've got coming out of the press conference, and is the fact that he was set to play. And then we lost. And then we had to rethink things, which is frustrating, I think. You know, even from a... Yes, we lost. I would be interested to see where he was going to play. Was he set to play, for example, at outside centre or at inside centre? And now, I mean, I think Damien Delinde was always coming back. Oh, I'm just busy watching the highlights from last weekend and watching that first try. We played such good rugby. I mean, it's actually important that we need to go back and watch that first 20 minutes and just remind ourselves how good the rugby we did play was, because it was proper. That first try was so well organised. But I think the main thing is he will play again very soon, I think. I think we'll have him probably against Argentina and Durban will be my guess when he gets another opportunity. And Enrique Nelson says there was clear disconnect between our defense and attack. We didn't seem to have any plans for turnover ball. Yeah, I'm interested to see what our breakdowns look like this weekend, because in the starting lineup you've got a Malcolm Boks and Malcolm Verstaden. Their job will be the breakdown. Arcus Neyman's not terrible at the breakdown either. Jean-Luc Dupree needs to try and get involved there. But the nice thing is you've got a proper fetcher in Marnus van der Merwe coming on. Didn't really have in a Bongi and Manambi. You know, he's just not a fetcher, which Marnus van der Merwe is. You know, Kwaka Smith is a fetcher. So you've got two players coming on. You can jackal, get over the ball. We really miss Stephen Kitsoff. You know, that was the thing. When we had Stephen Kitsoff, we had Malcolm Marks, you had a Dwayne Vermeulen, for example, all starting. You had three fetchers starting. And then you brought on a Kwaka Smith, for example, who was also a fetcher. We used to bring on, before that, we had a Francois Lowe. You know, we had Dion Ferry, and we had all these different fetchers to sort of those crucial penalties. And I think we've sort of we've lacked that a little bit in the last few games. So having Marnus van der Merwe, I think for me, really excites me because they're a really good player over the ball. And Gerard says average test caps for the match day 23 was 46.7 with average age 30.3. Well, the average caps in this match day 23 is as follows. I can tell you exactly what they are. The average caps on the bench is 41. The average caps in the forwards is 40, and the average caps in the backline are 61. So how's that for plenty of experience? And I think we're gonna need all of that experience as well. If we then look at some other stats, by the way, let's have a couple of stats. It'll be the first time they meet in Cape Town since 2014, where we beat them 28 points to 10. The Boks have won 7 of their last 8 matches against the Wallabies in Cape Town since 1992. To be fair, we had a 60-odd year winning streak at Ellis Park. Some individual stuff. Evan Etzebeth will extend his record to 135 caps. 100 Pollard needs 3 points to get to 800 points in tests. And Damon Delinde will move 10th into the place of most caps Springboks with 90 tests. He is currently tied in 89 with Peter Steph Toy and the late Joost van der Westhuizen. Oxenchair will serve as the Springbok vice captain for the first time in his career. How's that for? I actually missed that when I looked at the team announcement earlier. That's cool. Shout out. My boy Rateka Vaditswe. And Triton says, why don't we blood our young players against their young players? Well, we do have, I mean, very common, which young players are you referring to? Are you referring to like an Ethan Hooker, for example? Because young or inexperienced? Because, for example, new players, but Marnus van der Merwe falls into that category. Bowen Venter falls into that category. Sasha falls into that category. Caden's still 22 years old. You know, Ruan Okia is one of the younger players as well. So there is new players over here. So I mean, there's no Ethan Hooker necessarily or Morne van den Berg. I'm trying to think of anybody else who would be the big. I mean, Asanate and Klabakanya had a go last week. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's that many young players in the squad that are in the squad that have been left out. I do think we have changed a reasonable amount. And how many changes do we make to the team? Let's see over here. 10 changes to the starting 15. I mean, you can't argue that we're not rotating and giving people a go. We made 10 changes to the starting lineup. So I think overall there's very little in the squad I can pick and say I don't like, which is probably the biggest thing and probably the biggest good thing is the fact that majority of this makes all the sense in the world. And as long as it makes all the sense in the world, we can kind of get behind Rassie Erasmus and the lads because it's a team that makes sense. It's when we start seeing teams that we're not sure of and then they don't perform and then we start thinking that we know better. This team is not that. This team is a team that's been selected with a couple of tweaks to go out and absolutely hammer them. And I think we will. I think we will respond. I think we have to respond really well. So, I do think it's going to be a long game. But I do think if we can get in the front foot, I think that there's places where we can have a go. I also think that Australia have also got a few lineouts, a couple of key players. Dylan Peach, not looking good. Doesn't look like they're going to have Harry Wilson, for example, involved. So those are two at least. So they said that there are a couple of injuries in that Australia side. So it'll be interesting to sort of see what their side looks like when it's announced on Thursday. Ayabonga says, glad to see Delende back in the starting, arguably been our best player in the midfield. Jesse Creel has been great for us, but I do think he might have needed a rest for this game. And Jacques saying, if we lose this game, it's very bad and might be the start of a fall off. And Menzi not happy that Billeroo is back in the starting lineup. Although ironically, when we did a prediction yesterday and everybody built the squad and you guys all sort of voted on who's going to be in each position, we actually had Willie LaRue as our fullback. So I think people also, it's easy to, when you're winning, for example, and things are going well, it's easy to say that we need to get rid of these sort of players. We then see a game on Saturday where we probably lacked some experience and probably lacked a bit of a calm head. And then all of a sudden people start thinking, well, maybe actually your Willie LaRue's still offer a lot to the mix. And maybe that's when we need to actually look at, well, we actually got to bring them back in and understand what the value is of the experience. Because that's the problem. We talk about having young players, but then when things start going badly, have they got the experience to be able to cope with what Australia were throwing at them? And the answer is we obviously just didn't. We just didn't find a way of being able to cope and being able to respond to what they did. So it's going to be interesting to see. If anybody asking Fife de Klerk, he's not in the squad. He was left out. They were looking at other options. So there's no injuries or anything like that. He was purely just left out. If you're asking, that's why. Why he's been left out, or if they don't back him, then that's a whole different conversation to have. But it's not a fitness issue or anything. He is available. He just wasn't in the squad. Evan Moist said, very excited for Jean-Luc Dupré and Marnus van der Merwe to start doing something, start making the spot theirs. Yeah, I think Marnus van der Merwe is my most excited pick. I'm a big stan. I'm a massive fan of Marnus van der Merwe. I think he's got everything he needs to be a top Springbok. I think he's got the soft skills. He's got the lineouts. His lineouts are generally pretty good. He's really good in open play. Such a good jackler. He's still pretty physical. So I think he's a really exciting prospect. Very interesting news is that there's apparently a little bit of a race for his signature with the Stormers involved, the Lions involved, the Sharks involved as well, a couple of Prem sides involved. I think we'll see Marnus van der Merwe back in the country in the next year or two, because if he wants to go to the World Cup, he needs to be playing week in, week out in front of Rassie Erasmus. And whilst he will be monitored whilst playing for the Scarlets, it's not the same as playing for like a Lions week in, week out. And I'll tell you what, the Lions should be all over that. I mean, the Sharks, how many hookers do you need? Even the Stormers, how many hookers do you need? The Lions, cheap as that as a position, we need a hooker. If Marnus van der Merwe came back to South Africa and went to the Lions, it would be one of the best signings we've made post-COVID, and we bought him about Klikani, he's a good signing, but yeah, he would be a huge signing if he were to come back to South and join the Lions. Mr. Kim has come back here. Clayton says, all Marnus needs to do to get my vote is have success in the lineouts. Anton says, now we need Cameron Hanekom to come to the squad. Yeah, we are missing quite a few players with injury. People talking about the curse of the number 8 jersey. Cameron Hanekom injured. Joano Augustus injured. Jasper Wiese banned. Sia Khaleesi now injured. Somebody else. No, come to me. Contender says Pollard is a general at 10 with his control, composure, and physicality. If we wanted to play hands, you put him at 12, where he's less under pressure and supports Sasha at 10. Stormer says, good pick at 8, should have brought in Hooker. Johnny Pede says, why is Monica van den Berg not in the squad? Because we lost last weekend. That is the long and short answer, really. He was set to play. Rassie Rasmus mentioned that he wanted to play him, but after the result last week, they decided not to do that. Oh, I still would have done that. I think he could have. I think it would have been a good player for the World Cup. Not for the World Cup, so obviously seeing there's a press release come from the Women's World Cup, which we will be covering, by the way. We unfortunately won't be able to do a watch along this weekend. But we will be covering the Women's World Cup throughout the tournament, and I think they're going to go far, by the way. I've got a sneaky suspicion we might see a little quarterfinal, semi-final within the women, which will be so much fun. Mark says, Quagga gives away a lot of stupid penalties. He owes the fans a big performance. He's a jackler. He's at the breakdown. You know, they always... Players who are jacklers are always your highest penalty conceders. Dion Ferry, Francois Lowe, you know, even back in the day, you know, like a Henry Brousseau, for example, eventually, they're always your most penalized players because they're always on the edge. If you never ever go into a breakdown, for example, you never go for a steal, you're never going to get penalized. But because he has to live on the edge, where he has to try and get involved, and it's a very difficult thing to get right, because they've now got so many laws. If you're not supporting your body weight, it's a penalty. If your hands are beyond the ball as you go for it, it's a penalty. So you're now playing at the absolute speed of light. If you don't get your hands on that ball and literally only the ball and support your body weight and get it up quickly, you get penalized. So it's arguably probably one of the hardest skills to do actually in the modern rugby law. So yeah, I mean he does give away a few penalties, but as he spoke about the fact they said, you know, he felt that he was unlucky with some of the penalties, and I think that's a bit of a not a jab, but a bit of a kind of a note towards the referees to basically say that, and they probably would have asked for clarity regarding some of the turnovers and the likes of that, because it is so close to the edge, and they're going to want to make sure that they understand what they're looking for, so that Marnus, Quagga, Malcolm are all on the same page when they go for that jackal, when they go for that turnover. Who's the ref for the weekend? It's actually a ref I haven't seen a lot for. It's New Zealander. I'll tell you now, because I was checking all the match official appointments for the weekend, and I haven't really seen much of him. So it's James Dolman from New Zealand, and I'm trying to work out if he's ref the Boks before. He's assisted by Andrew Brace and Jean-Luca Grecci from FIR. The TMO is Richard Kelly from New Zealand, and the split screen / Pro is Tuel Tranini from France. James Dolman is 34 years old. Let's find out a bit more about James Dolman, shall we? As I said, I just saw it before I came on here. He 2019 refereed the final of the 2019 World Cup Rugby Under-20 Championship. It doesn't say when he had his first test. I don't think he's ever refed us before, to be honest. And it wasn't part of the Sands-On newsletter. So, yeah, I'm a little bit in the dark, I must admit, about him. But we'll do a bit more research and find out what he's like. Well, I suppose we'll find out exactly what he's like on Saturday, but we'll kind of do a bit more research and understand his background before this weekend. Martin says, you South Africans, no need to panic. It was the 1 in 100 event. It happens. I know. I'm a long-suffering African Wallabies fan of 43 years. You'll probably win in Cape Town. Hope so. Kumquat says, Quan Horn literally has all the potential to be the Willie clone. I hope so. Just needs to get that opportunity, doesn't he? I do think that he can do a job. I think that he's going to play many, many games for the Boks. So people talking about some of the referee decisions, the forward passes, for example, the collapsing the scrums and the likes of that. It's always interesting going into match day 2, because now what would have happened in the first week is you would have done a review and you would have checked all the different incidents, everything that was penalized, for example, and you now sort of will send that to World Rugby or to Sansa and say, we need clarity on what's happening here. So, you know, now the referee, for example, will have that in the back of their mind, and they'll have that feedback going into this weekend. So hopefully we'll have more clarity over what was going wrong, and we can then maybe sort of fix a few things and maybe paint a better picture. That's always the big thing, you know. Whenever you listen to Jaco Paper, he said it's about giving them pictures. You know, it's not about necessarily doing everything as you should do. It's a case of how do you present the right picture. And it's about making sure that if you are getting scrum dominance, you've got to show the referee that you're getting scrum dominance, that you're going straight, for example. You've got to paint the right picture. And there are different signs that refs will look when you're doing that. And you've got to try and find ways of being able to show that you've dominated or that you've got the breakdown legally and paint the right picture for the referee to then reward you. It's a difficult thing to get right, but that is the reality, to be honest. Kate Senecal says James Dolman has only ref Boks once in 2022 in a 36-20 win versus Argentina. Well, there we go. So he has refed us once, but you can see why I don't remember him. 36-20 versus Argentina. Was that down in Durban? Was that the one where we had to smash them in Durban to... no, that was... Could have been in Argentina. Pretty sure that was the year where we had to like beat them quite convincingly to be able to win the rugby championship, and then we just didn't get we had to beat them like 40 points or something like that. The game doesn't ring a bell. I won't lie. Luke says I'm hoping to see more scrums and driving mauls, and Antti says Este is unlucky. He made every international pick in their teams of the week. Yeah, but at the end of the day, he's been replaced by arguably South Africa's best inside centre everywhere. You know, that's Damien Lindy. You know, you kind of run out of superlatives when it comes to describing the type of player he is and what he's done for the Boks and the kind of consistent level of performance he brings. So it's not so much what Andre Esterhuizen did well. Andre Esterhuizen is just guilty of a massive, massive problem, and that's playing in the same era as Damien Lindy. He probably would have played 60-odd caps if he had been in a different era. But he's now with one of the best inside centers of all time. And as a result, he hasn't had as much chances as that he probably would have had in a different lifetime. People are going to start wrapping up. Barry says, does he blow scrum penalties? We need to bring the clunk and scoop. Matthew says, good team depth, building side named. And earlier, Ricky was saying, I think we are going to play a very direct. Well, I think so as well. I think we're going to have to, you know, somebody said, the whole F them up physically is very much going to be probably part of the plan for this week. And to just try and absolutely hammer them away and away and away and away. So it's going to be interesting to see how we kind of go about things. I think players who I'm really looking forward to seeing trying to step up and hopefully showing us the value they still bring. Something like a Franco Mostert, for example, I think it's a big test for him. Big opportunity this for Jean-Luc Dupré. I think you've got somebody like off the bench. I'm interested to sort of see how Lua Diago goes. You know, I want to see how Bone Fenter continues to go. Marnus van der Merwe's got a massive opportunity. I think if Marnus van der Merwe plays well, I would have no issue whatsoever in picking him for that All Black game. You know, that's kind of where I'm at with him. And I think that he probably knows this as well, that Bongi hasn't maybe been ramming down the door with performances recently. And as a result, he's got an opportunity to sort of put himself in that mix. But, yeah, I mean, it's interesting to sort of see how it will all sort of play out, and I'm excited from a Bok fan point of view in terms of how we respond. You know, at the end of the day, and it's about finding that the way to respond to show the fans that a lot of these players still have it. You know, and still are playing at the level that we wanted to play on. So there's a certain amount of soul searching, I think, which had to happen this past week. And now I've got to go out and show everybody that a lot of these players can still play at the level, that they can still contribute. And I expect a lot of them to respond very positively. People, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. As mentioned, the Rassie Russ press conference is on the channel. So go and watch that. He's given a good update on why he picked the players he did and kind of what the idea is. So, once you leave this and once you smash like on the video, go and check that out.
Every man.
Yes. Gold member. Gold member. Gold member. Right, ready? Forward. Right, sit.
Somebody's pink. Wait.
Okay, steady.
Any gap, any gap. Any gap, any gap. Mooi. Kijk maar voor hem.
Kijk in de middel.
Kijk maar ook.
Akane, steady one. Another, out. Hold down. Now 15. There we go. Next place. Keep it steady. 2-4. Hold down. Hold down. 10 points. Smile. Thank you very much.
Every man.
Yes. Basel. Goldmember. 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 Right, ready? Forward. Right, sit.
Somebody's pink. Wait.
Steady.
Any gap, any gap. Any gap, any gap. Mooi. Kijk maar voor het.
Kijk in die middel. Achterin, steady, one. And then achterin, hold down. Now 15. There we go. Next place. Keep it steady. 2-4. Hold down. Hold down. Head point. Smile. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. Very worrying news out of the Springbok camp with the revealing of 4 key players injured ahead of the big grudge match clash this weekend down in Cape Town. We've had a very interesting last hour. Rassie Erasmus has fronted the media. Doesn't usually happen on a Monday unless it's a team announcement, but has given an update from the Springbok camp after a team meeting went over the limit, and as a result, Dion Davids, who was supposed to give the press conference, they decided not to move into the press conference. Instead, Rassie Erasmus arrived and has given us quite a big overview. The press conference is on the channel, so you can go check it out. But the big takeaway for me was 4 big players injured, and very interested to see how that's going to affect the team selection this weekend. And very interested to sort of see what the how it's going to affect, plans moving forward with regards to Siya apparently being out for a month, which is a huge blow for the Boks because had a very good game on Saturday before coming off. And also, it's funny how, a lot of people, for example, the reaction was, your captain can't play 80 minutes. Well, he was injured. So he was removed because of an injury, which is why. And we're going to sort of go through each individual player, kind of look at the injury itself, or what it is, and kind of expected return, as well as kind of the potential players that are going to replace them. Because it's Kurtley Arends, Edwin van der Merwe, President Troy and Siya. So those are the 4 players injured. So we go through it. Edwin van der Merwe has got a knee injury, an ankle injury rather. Very frustrated. Just as he's had a bit of a run for the Boks, had a couple of games, scoring tries, had a pretty solid game on the weekend. Maybe didn't get enough on the ball as we probably would have liked. But a big opportunity for him over the weekend. Now an ankle injury. And frustrating because he just keeps getting injured at the wrong time. And it's not like he's a player who's injured a lot. He played many minutes for the Lions. In fact, he was one of the most reliable players for the Lions the last couple of years. So it's just funny how the cookie crumbles. Now, something I'll talk about him and maybe talk about everyone is we need to be very careful when we talk about injuries with regards to us assuming what the injury is, how the injury was sustained, and what the sort of ramifications are. Because so many people fall into the trap of, well, they're getting injured because they're old, versus an injury because of maybe an awkward landing or an impact blow, for example. Not every single injury is due to, for example, not being conditions. Everyone says, he's unfit, therefore he played with an injury, and therefore he injured it further, because you don't know what the cause of the injury was. So, for example, you look at Bongi Manambi and the clean out on him in the World Cup. Bongi Manambi, fit as a fiddle, ready to go, 100%, bad to clean out, and that causes an injury. Completely out of the player's control. We need to be very careful about suggesting that, the reason why players are getting injured are factors that we don't know about. If we're seeing players pulling hamstrings, for example, muscular injuries are generally more a sign of either conditioning or else fatigue, for example, and then potentially not being 100%. So muscular issues are usually far more sort of easy to put on coaches, for example, maybe should have been playing a player or player himself, or maybe he's not quite fit enough. And I don't mean fit enough in terms of being conditioned up, but in terms of being 100% ready to go. Because the problem is, players also often play on the fringes in terms of, they'll always have a niggle here and there. In fact, if you watch the Rusty press conference with Stephen Kitsoff, they kind of basically say that very few players ever play at 100%. They might have a couple of bruises here or a slight tweak there, and it's kind of understanding when they're good enough to be able to play with regards to that fitness idea. So Edel van der Merwe out for the weekend with an ankle injury. Kurtley Arendse, a knee injury, and that's more worrying. An ankle injury, it depends on what the injury is itself, but hopefully it's an impact injury, for example, and it's maybe a bit of swelling, and it only comes down and be okay. Knee injuries are tricky things to get right. So Kurtley Arendse out with a knee injury. Kane and Moody fronted the media, so one expects we're going to see a Cheslin Colby, Kane and Moody wing combination this weekend. I didn't think it was Kurtley Arendse's best game, so I was going to be interested to see if he was going to get the call up anyway for this weekend, but he is out with a knee injury and will not feature. Pierre Step the Toy, concussion. Once again, we talk about, impact injuries. Well, concussion is an impact injury. So not available for this week. The good news is there is a week break after this ahead of the All Blacks. So he should, as long as it's nothing too serious, he should be available to take on the All Blacks in just over 2.5 weeks' time. And so that's reassuring. There's no muscular issues. It's a concussion. Therefore, he's going to be stood down for this week. And in theory, he should be back in training hopefully next week, and will definitely hopefully be able to feature in the All Blacks unless something else happens within training. So he's not a massive concern. But we have lost our captain for a month. So it looks like now, at this stage, will not make a return until maybe that home test against Argentina down in Durban. This is quite a concerning injury, because when you get to sort of Sekulisi's age, he's had a knee injury before. We're not sure if it's the same knee. Again, you've got to be careful about speculating. And this is why I'm saying it, because now, I suppose to a certain degree, we're also speculating. But this is why we've got to be very careful about it, because we're not sure which knee it is. We haven't been told which knee it is. If it is the same knee that he injured, and he's had a couple of issues with that, obviously, when he had to have the surgery and kind of came back for 2023. If it's the same knee and a similar injury, that's where there can be a bit of worry. If it's the same knee, new fresh injury, for example, well, depending on the severity, then you kind of have to, it either is a worry or it's not a massive worry. The fact that it's 4 weeks probably indicates it's not that serious. Knee injuries, as soon as they're serious, you're looking at months away. It's obviously probably not surgical at this rate, we assume, with 4 weeks, because usually as soon as you go under the knife, unless it's something like a shoulder, for example, very rare that you come back and within kind of a month type of thing. So it hopefully is just maybe a bit of a strain, for example. But again, at his age, we start to worry about when you sort of knee niggles sort of start becoming more reoccurring, that starts to now raise flags with regards to longevity of players itself. So I don't know which knee it is. Rusty doesn't say, so I'm going to be very clear about the fact we don't know which knee it is. We don't know the extent of the injury. We do know that it is a knee injury, and we do know that he's out for 4 weeks. So those are the facts that we have at the moment. It's a big loss. I thought he was having a strong game. He scored a very good try, very, very good try. Was getting out on the fringes, was doing a lot of work at the breakdown, and we definitely missed it when he went off. So frustrating to lose him, I think, especially because I think it's having the kind of game where he's reminding people of his value within the side. And then to get another knee injury, now a month off, that's going to be quite frustrating for him to try and come back and sort of sort out. It does open the door, though, and this is what's going to be interesting about the team selection. You know, we're going to have 2 new wings this weekend, for example, which we probably were going to have at least 1 new wing, but now we're going to have 2 new wings, and we're going to have at least 2 new players in that loose trio. Marco Verstappen probably set to keep the number 6, but all of a sudden you've got opportunities for a Jean-Luc Deprez to potentially feature in the number 7 or 8 jersey. You know, is Kwaka Smith going to potentially start this weekend? Could we see Kubis Visa at 8? You know, are we going to see maybe a Franco Mostert or a Ruan Nokia at 7? You know, these are some of the interesting sort of selection conundrums now that we have, and they haven't called anybody in. They've announced the team, so it's not like a Vincent Tuka, for example, is going to be parachuted into the squad and going to be named in the side. They've named the team internally, and it is come from the current squad that they do have. So, not good news for very key players for the Boks, and I think I'm most frustrated at Edwin van der Merwe, because I think, especially with the Kurt Lawrence injury, this could be an opportunity for him to really put his name on the map. What sort of changes would you make? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
A special welcome to our youth representing the various surrounding schools and communities here today. Today we want to encourage you by saying, look at these champions standing and practicing before you today. They are living proof that dreams do come true if you stay focused, stay strong, and never give up. Springboks, our heroes, you've made us proud once again. You've lifted the spirit of the nation, and today you've lifted the spirit of your heart. So I want to ask our fans and the communities, can we put our hands together again for the presence of the Springboks here today?
What's it go?
En nooit opgeven. Sê ons vandag, welkom by die Springbokke en dankie dat julle ons weer eens inspireer. Our success or your success is not just measured in trophies or victories, but in the way you uplift communities and remind us of the power of teamwork, resilience and national pride. Our youth see in you an example of what can be achieved when talent is nurtured with dedication and humility. As we celebrate Women's Month and the historic resilience of women during 1946, marching as a unified body for their rightful place and their voice to be acknowledged and respected. Today, the Alhama Rugby Football Club celebrates by introducing their first time ever women's rugby team. Can we give an applause to the women's rugby team of the Alhama? You want to say to the women your courage, your passion, and determination echoes this morning. And all says how long it will not be if they can do it.
So just how big was the weekend, and just a sense of I suppose euphoria, elation, winning that game on Saturday.
Yeah, obviously a really proud moment for this team. You know, obviously it'd been 60 odd years since we got a result at Ellis Park, so yeah, huge occasion. And you know, we've been talking a lot about how we're trending in the right direction, and that was another step. But you know, it doesn't mean much if we don't back it up this weekend. And what we're expecting, the Springboks are world class. We saw what they did in the first 20 minutes. They tore us to shreds. So we know that they're coming, and they're coming hard. So we've got to back it up. But to answer your question, it was a great feeling in that change room. You know, particularly after a disappointing Lions result for the series, to start the TRC in that way, yeah, it was massive.
What were your thoughts after that first 18 minutes when they put up the big, the skies at the start and at the start, and how do you guys feel at that point?
Well, I wasn't out there, but on the bench, you know, we were obviously in a bit of shock. They went bang, bang, bang pretty quick, and the way that they scored their tries, you know, through width, through skill, and through power, exactly what they're famous for. You know, so you know, I guess Joe could probably speak more to about it, but the way that we stuck in the fight was something I was really proud of from the bench. You know, it looked like we always had that belief, even though you're standing there after 18 minutes and it's 22-0. But yeah, I mean, the fight that we showed to stay in there and the resolve we showed, and the way we've clawed our way back into that second quarter in particular, was something we can be really proud of.
we get Joe?
Yeah, the first 18 minutes was it was quite frantic, like what Tati was saying, the power they've shown, the skill. But yeah, really proud of the way we handled that situation, and then from there on for the rest of the game we're very, very good, I thought.
Joseph, were you surprised, if I can call it that the Boks dropped off in, especially that last, I would say, 15 minutes where you guys opened the game, and people always speak about altitude and how it benefits Springboks towards the end of games, but you guys found a new win, and the Boks were just dropping off. I think it was you who ran through and no one could get to you guys, any of you guys.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say they dropped off. I thought that we had great fight. That first 18 minutes was like a whirlwind, but after that we were, we stuck to what we could do, what we could focus on, and honestly, we're just real proud of the way we, fought back into the game and then finished off the game. So, yeah.
And you played against quite a couple of test experienced backs in the Boks side. Arguably, they would be even stronger this weekend. Just what have you made about that contest?
Yeah, well, it's exciting for myself. You're going against some of the best players in the world. We're excited for us as a backline to test ourselves. It was a great battle last week, but this week will be very exciting too. So just focusing on what we can do throughout the week and just watch film and just see different things and just bring our best game for Saturday.
And have you had an outside training yet, or are you still going? And what are you making of? Cape Town a bit colder at this moment than it was up there in Johannesburg.
Yeah, well, we haven't trained yet. We travelled yesterday, and today will be our first on-feet session. So, like I said, just focusing on today, and then for Saturday.
Joseph just scored your first try in a Wallaby jersey in that match, and just talk us through how special it was to have that moment, especially at the moment in the game that it closed the gap to I think 2 or 3 points, and then also just a lot has been said about the history between the two teams, especially at Ellis Park. I mean, was that any part of the conversation leading up to the game? Were you talking about we haven't won there in 63 years or whatever, or was that something that only you were aware about afterwards?
Yeah, as a team, it was something that was known. It's always special when something hasn't happened for a while. So there was also that extra carrot. But I think just for us as a group, we're just building. Especially from the Lions, our last win, and then coming into that first game against the Springboks. So very special that it's happened. I think it was 62 years. So being able to do that as a team. But like I said, like we've been saying, it's just been really focusing on this week. But also the try, it's pretty cool to, score a try, my first try for the Wallabies, special moment.
So just to have you in the room, can I ask you to just reflect a little bit about all the expectation that was on you? I mean, when you made the switch, you were a big name and everybody was kind of focusing on you. How's that whole journey, how did that journey go for you?
Yeah, I've always said it. The game of rugby is just not me. There's 23 players that are playing. Actually, no, there's more. You've got the whole training week with the players that don't get picked, and then you've got coaches and everyone. So it's just not me. I look at myself. Kind of obviously there's talk around it, but at the end of the day, it's a team sport. So that's how I just see it. I don't really see it as pressure on me. It's how can I be best for the team. So that's how I see it.
So you obviously would have gotten a lot of confidence from this victory. In the bigger picture, how much does it mean for Australian rugby going forward, and especially with the World Cup looming?
Yeah, well, like I said, the last we was very disappointed that we didn't win that Lions series. But the way we played in the second and third game, and then our first game against the Springboks is it's all part of a process towards that World Cup. But we're really just focused on each game and just growing, and I believe we are. So I'm enjoying it. I feel like everyone else is as well.
What do you expect this week from the Boks?
Oh yeah, they'll come out firing. We know that. After a loss, you tend to, lick your wounds, and they'll be the same what they were in the first 18 minutes, but I reckon for the whole 80. So we got to be at our best, and we will be.
So 10 years since you guys won the rugby championship, how's the feeling in the squad about getting it done this year?
Still early days, mate. Very, very early days. For us, we like Joe's saying, we're very process driven, and the only thing we're looking at is this fixture in Cape Town. For us, we're on a journey. Respect's earned daily for us, and we've got to continue to earn that respect, and also give our supporters, not only in Australia but across the globe, something to cheer about. And that's why we're trying to try and do that.
You turning into a specialist wing these days?
Who knows? Who knows? Again, we found ourselves in that situation where I'm looking at the other back on the bench going, is it me and you? And I've got the tap. So, it's something I really enjoy. I just like playing rugby, and when you don't have to be in there passing every time or box kicking, it's something I love to do, run. So we'll see how we go.
Just speaking of that, I mean, how influential is Schmidt in all of this? Is he? I mean, he's beaten a lot of Boks teams before when he was with Ireland. Is he as much of a genius as perhaps Russie is? Do you get a sense of a special rugby man when you work with him?
Well, I'm not going to compare the two because I don't know Russie, and I've obviously never had him as a coach. But Joe's been fantastic for this group. I've been in a position where I've had a number of Wallabies coaches, and they've all been different and all brought different stuff to the table. But Joe's attention to detail has been phenomenal for this group. The way he's moulded a group that hasn't had a lot of success in the past together, and some of the results over the past 24 months that he's been able to achieve has been pretty special, and it's been a pleasure to be a part of it. So we're very fortunate to have him here, and all the boys work hard and listen to everything he says, because he's got gold, little nuggets for us every single day, and that's what's been so good to be a part of the journey, because you're genuinely in this environment getting better.
Tate, then transitioning to the new coach after the Rugby Championship, how do you think the boys will take that?
I don't think Joe steps away until mid next year. But yeah, I mean, that's a boat will or that's a river will cross when it comes to it. But they've got a plan in place, and I don't think Joe will be too far away.
So the game might be totally different here in Cape Town. We're expecting a lot of rain for the latter part of this week. We always look at the Saturday weather because some of us can't go play golf if it's too rainy. But do you feel, you guys, with the forward performance that you put up, that you will be in Joburg, that you will be ready if the game becomes a lot tighter if the ball is wet?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you watched our last test against the Lions. It was torrential rain. So we've had a little bit of experience this year in playing those conditions, and like you said, whenever you're going up against the Boks, your forward pack have got to be brilliant, and they were very good on the weekend. The challenge for them is then repeating that, knowing guys like Etzebeth and these kind of guys are going to be absolutely raring to go. So it's going to be a great challenge for those guys, and they're going to need to step up again.
Happy, Lou? Yep. Guys, we've got time for a couple online. Johnny, I can see you've got your hand up patiently, mate. If you've got something for the boys.
Yeah, Joseph, how you going? Mate, I was just wondering, when you were a young fella, Penrith, RSL, could you imagine being able to line up the anthem, Ellis Park, packed atmosphere, and getting a win like that for the Wallabies? Do you think those international experiences could have helped those young kids, all over Australia, maybe want to make that switch to Union now just to have that experience?
Yes, yeah. I honestly enjoyed, coming over to South Africa for the first time, and then, even just experiencing, what the life in South Africa, and especially in Joburg, what it's like around there. You go onto a safari, and then, that whole week training that, a different altitude is a whole different experience. I think as a young kid, myself, growing up, that was something I really wanted to do, was travel the world and play in different countries and go against the best. And then, playing at Ellis Park, my family in the crowd, my partner's family in the crowd, nothing beats it. And then, to get the win was, it was a very special moment for, this team, my family and myself. So, I really enjoyed the whole week, and then, just enjoying Cape Town now. So, enjoying it.
Mate, very short career so far, but would that be the highlight, mate? You scored a try, beat the world champions. Is that as good as it's got for you so far?
Honestly, I've really enjoyed my whole experience so far. You know, playing at Twickenham and then playing at Ellis Park and then going against the Lions. Yeah, it's pretty hard to say which one's the best, but yeah, honestly, just enjoying, you know, every single part of what rugby union brings.
Thanks, Jamie.
I think he's on mute.
Sorry, Jamie, you might be on mute, mate.
Thanks, lads. Cheers.
You just spoke before, Joseph, about expecting, the Springboks best for 80 minutes, and it's like they are a daunting team. Is there any fear factor within your camp around what's coming on Saturday from them?
No fear, I reckon. In my opinion, no fear. We're just focused on ourselves. That's what we can do. We know they're going to bring their best for 80 minutes, so yeah, we just got to prepare for 90.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, just two quick ones from me. First of all, for Tate, mate, the impact that you've kind of been really having off the bench has been noted by so many people, and the impact and the energy that you bring. I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about kind of working in tandem, particularly with someone like Whitey who's been absolutely killing it on the starting side. Talk to me about the value and the work of kind of working off the bench, and particularly when you are coming up in a hostile environment, like South Africa, and that headspace for you and that role, kind of being off the bench compared to working with a starter.
Yeah, it's obviously a role I've had a lot of practice in last year and this year, and it's a role I'm really enjoying. Obviously, to match Whitey's energy is difficult. He bounces around and he pushes and shoves and stuff like that. But my job is just to try and come on and change the game. Obviously, when I'm coming on, there's quite a bit of fatigue in the big boys' legs out there, and I've just got to make sure that I get them clear on the plan. That's all I've been trying to do, and I won't change the game every game, but that's what I'm trying to do. And it starts with obviously how I communicate with the boys. How I maybe bring them down, after a big, win like a runaway try or something like that. How we can then get to our next action, and from there, I'm just looking to play my game, which is taking on people around the fringes and or creating space for other people. And that's been the goal. It's obviously been great to work with Jakey at the start, and then Whitey, and like you said, Whitey's been playing fantastic over the last 2 weeks. So it's been great to see someone who probably shouldn't have retired because he's been playing so well. So it's I'm really happy for him. He obviously didn't get too many games last year, but this year he's definitely taken his opportunities with poor old Jakey's injury, and it's great to have a leader like him in our side.
Time for one more online if there's anything that hasn't been asked.
Yeah, for Joseph. Obviously, mate, just for you, Joseph, I know I love that your answer about kind of talking about how rugby as a whole, the entire journey as well, has kind of been the highlight, not just the results, not just the wins. Just out of curiosity, because I know you're someone who really likes to focus on that personal growth, that development, always getting better, always learning. Where does 2025 at the moment sit for Joseph the human, Joseph the player, Joseph the individual, the person? Where does it sit for you in general?
What do you mean? So
Sorry?
I'm not sure what you're trying to ask. Are you trying to ask me what's for me enjoying the year, or
more like your growth as a player, your growth as a person? Is the kind of the lessons that you're learning playing international rugby and professional rugby something that is the thing that you're getting the most joy out of, or is it the day-to-day camaraderie? Where is the biggest growth for you as a person?
I think the biggest growth is the travel, traveling away from family, creating friendships with, teammates. I thought that's been a big thing too. being in league, you're in a different environment, and then coming across, I feel like you live with the boys here, and they become your family away from your family. So I'm really enjoying just building different relationships and experiencing different things in different countries with your best mates. So I'm really enjoying that aspect of my personal growth. And then I'm 22 years old now, so I'm just enjoying what the game of rugby brings, going to South Africa and then playing against the Lions, and then just traveling the world. I feel like that's something that every young kid wants to do as a kid. So just enjoying the dream that's been created.
So just how big was the weekend, and just a sense of I suppose euphoria, elation, winning that game on Saturday?
Yeah, obviously a really proud moment for this team. Obviously it'd been 60 odd years since we got a result at Ellis Park, so huge occasion, and we've been talking a lot about how we're trending in the right direction, and that was another step, but it doesn't mean much if we don't back it up this weekend, and what we're expecting. The Springboks are world class. We saw what they did in the first 20 minutes. They tore us to shreds, so we know that they're coming, and they're coming hard, so we've got to back it up. But to answer your question, it was a great feeling in that change room. Particularly after a disappointing Lions result for the series, to start the TRC in that way, it was massive.
What were your thoughts after that first 18 minutes when they put up the skies at the score and at the start, and how do you guys feel at that point?
Well, I wasn't out there, but on the bench, we were obviously in a bit of shock. They went bang, bang, bang pretty quick, and the way that they scored their tries, through width, through skill, and through power, exactly what they're famous for. So I guess Joe could probably speak more to about it, but the way that we stuck in the fight was something I was really proud of from the bench. It looked like we always had that belief, even though you're standing there after 18 minutes and it's 22-0. But the fight that we showed to stay in there, and the resolve we showed, and the way we've clawed our way back into that second quarter in particular, was something we can be really proud of.
Can you get Joe?
The first 18 minutes was it was quite frantic, like what Tady was saying, the power they showed, the skill. But really proud of the way we handled that situation, and then from there on, for the rest of the game, we're very, very good, I thought.
Joseph, were you surprised, if I can call it that the Boks dropped off in, especially that last, I would say, 15 minutes, where you guys opened the game, and people always speak about altitude and how it benefits Springboks towards the end of games, but you guys found a new win, and the Boks were just dropping off. I think it was you who ran through, and no one could get to you guys, any of you guys.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say they dropped off. I thought that we had a great fight. That first 18 minutes was like a whirlwind, but after that we were, we stuck to what we could do, what we could focus on, and honestly, we're just real proud of the way we, fought back into the game and then finished off the game. So, yeah. And
you played against quite a couple of test experienced backs in the Boks side. Arguably, they would be even stronger this weekend. Just what have you made about that contest?
Yeah, well, it's exciting for myself. You're going against some of the best players in the world. We're excited for us as a backline to test ourselves. It was a great battle last week, but this week will be very exciting too. So just focusing on what we can do throughout the week, and just watch film and just see different things, and just bring our best game for Saturday.
And have you had an outside training yet, or are you still going? And what are you making of? Cape Town a bit colder at this moment than it was up there in Johannesburg.
Yeah, well, we haven't trained yet. We travelled yesterday, and today will be our first on-feed session. So, like I said, just focusing on today, and then for Saturday.
Joseph, just scored your first try in a Wallaby jersey that match, and just talk us through how special it was to have that moment, especially at the moment in the game that you closed the gap to, I think, 2 or 3 points. And then also just, you know, a lot has been said about the history between the two teams, especially at Ellis Park. I mean, was that any part of the conversation leading up to the game? Were you talking about, you know, we haven't won there in 63 years or whatever, or was that something that only you were aware about afterwards?
Yeah, as a team, it was something that was known. Yeah, it's always special when something hasn't happened for a while. So there was also that extra carrot. But I think just for us as a group, we're just building. You know, especially from the Lions, our last win, and then coming into that first game against the Springboks. So very special that, you know, it's happened. I think it was 62 years. So being able to do that as a team. But like I said, like we've been saying, it's just really focusing on this week. But yeah, also the try, it's pretty cool to, you know, score a try, my first try for the Wallabies. Yeah, special moment.
So just to have you in the room, can I ask you to just reflect a little bit about all the expectation that was on you? I mean, when you made the switch, you were a big name and everybody was kind of focusing on you. How's that whole journey? How did that journey go for you?
Yeah, I've always said it. The game of rugby is just not. It's just not me. There's 23 players who are playing. Actually, no, there's more. You know, you've got the whole training week with the players that don't get picked, and then you've got coaches and everyone. So it's just not me. I look at myself. Kind of obviously there's talk around it, but at the end of the day, it's a team sport. So that's how I just see it. I don't really see it as you know, pressure on me. It's how can I be best for the team. So that's how I see it.
So you obviously would have gotten a lot of confidence from this victory. In the bigger picture, how much does it mean for Australian rugby going forward, and especially with the World Cup looming?
Yeah, well, like I said, the last we was very disappointed that we didn't win that Lions series. But the way we played in the second and third game, and then our first game against the Springboks is, you know, it's all part of a process towards that World Cup. But we're really just focused on, you know, each game and just growing, and I believe we are. So I'm enjoying it. I feel like everyone else is as well.
What do you expect this week from the Boks?
Oh yeah, they'll come out firing. We know that. You know, after a loss, you tend to, you know, lick your wounds, and yeah, they'll be the same what they were in the first 18 minutes. But I reckon for the whole 80, so we got to be at our best, and yeah, we will be.
So 10 years since you guys won the rugby championship, how's the feeling in the squad about getting it done this year?
Still early days, mate. Very, very early days. You know, for us, we like Joe's saying, we're very process driven, and the only thing we're looking at is this fixture in Cape Town. You know, for us, we're on a journey. Respect's earned daily for us, and we've got to continue to earn that respect, and also give our supporters, not only in Australia but across the globe, something to cheer about. And you know, that's why we're trying to try and do that.
Are you turning into a specialist wing these days?
Who knows? Who knows? Again, we found ourselves in that situation where I'm looking at the other back on the bench going, is it me and you? And I've got the tap. So, no, it's something I really enjoy. You know, I just like playing rugby, and when you don't have to be in there passing every time or box kicking, you know, it's something I love to do, run. So we'll see how we go.
Just speaking to that, I mean, how influential is Schmidt in all of this? What, I mean, is he? I mean, he's beaten a lot of top teams before when he was with Ireland. Is he as much of a genius as perhaps Russie is? Do you get a sense of a special rugby man when you work with him?
Well, I'm not going to compare the two because I don't know Russie, and I've obviously never had him as a coach. But Joe's been fantastic for this group. You know, I've been in a position where I've had a number of Wallabies coaches, and they've all been different and all brought different stuff to the table. But you know, Joe's attention to detail has been phenomenal for this group. The way he's moulded a group that hasn't had a lot of success in the past together, and some of the results over the past 24 months that he's been able to achieve has been pretty special, and it's been a pleasure to be a part of it. You know, so we're very fortunate to have him here. And you know, all the boys work hard and listen to everything he says, because he's got gold, you know, little nuggets for us every single day, you know, and then that's what's been so good to be a part of the journey, because you're genuinely in this environment getting better.
Yeah. Tate, then transitioning to the new coach after the rugby championship, how do you think the boys will take that?
I don't think Joe steps away until mid next year. But yeah, I mean, that's a boat will kind of, or that's a a river will cross when it comes to it. Yeah, but they've got a plan in place, and I don't think they'll be too far away.
So the game might be totally different here in Cape Town. We're expecting a lot of rain for the latter part of this week. We always look at the Saturday weather because some of us can't go play golf if it's too rainy. But do you feel, you guys, with the forward performance that you put up, that you will be in Joburg, that you will be ready if the game becomes a lot tighter if the ball is wet?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you watched our last test against the Lions. It was torrential rain. So we've had a little bit of experience this year in playing those conditions, and like you said, whenever you're going up against the Boks, your forward pack have got to be brilliant, and they were very good on the weekend. The challenge for them is then repeating that. Knowing guys like Atsabeth and these kind of guys are going to be absolutely raring to go. So it's going to be a great challenge for those guys, and they're going to need to step up again.
Happy, Lou? Yep. Guys, we've got time for a couple online. Johnny, I can see you've got your hand up patiently, mate. If you've got something for the boys.
Yeah, Joseph, how you going? Mate, I was just wondering, when you were a young fella, Henrik, RSL, could you imagine being able to line up the anthem, Ellis Park, packed atmosphere, and getting a win like that for the Wallabies? Do you think those international experiences could have helped those young kids, all over Australia, maybe want to make that switch to Union now just to have that experience?
Yes, yeah. I honestly enjoyed, coming over to South Africa for the first time, and then, even just experiencing, what the life in South Africa, and especially in Joburg, what it's like around there. You onto a safari, and then, that whole week training that, a different altitude is a whole different experience. I think as a young kid myself, growing up, that was something I really wanted to do, was travel the world and play in different countries and go against the best. And then, playing at Ellis Park, my family in the crowd, my partner's family in the crowd. Nothing beats it. And then, to get the win was, it was a very special moment for, this team, my family, and myself. So, I really enjoyed the whole week, and then, just enjoying Cape Town now. So, enjoying it.
Mate, very short career so far, but would that be the highlight, mate? You scored a try, beat world champions. Is that as good as it's got for you so far?
Honestly, I've really enjoyed my whole experience so far. Playing at Twickenham and then playing at Ellis Park and then going against the Lions. It's pretty hard to say which one's the best, but honestly, just enjoying every single part of what rugby union brings.
Thanks, Jamie.
I think he's on mute.
Sorry, Jamie, you might be on mute, mate.
Thanks, lads. Cheers.
Can you go first?
Yeah,
you just spoke before. Yeah, you just spoke before, Joseph, about expecting, the Springboks best for 80 minutes, and it's like they are a daunting team. Is there any fear factor within your camp around what's coming on Saturday from them?
No fear, I reckon. In my opinion, no fear. We're just focused on ourselves. That's what we can do. We know they're going to bring their best for 80 minutes, so we just got to prepare for 90.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, just two quick ones from me.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. Are we ready? Are we steady? Are we excited? We have got kickoff in less than half an hour, and I think we're in for a good game. I really do. I think we're in for a proper dogfight, but really, weather in Cape Town has been a bit dreadful in the build-up. They couldn't actually have the captain's run at the stadium yesterday because it was so bad. We've had rain a bit today. The sun's out at the moment, so not entirely sure what to expect during the match itself. But I think what we do know is we're in for a goodie. We're in for a proper test match. So if you're watching, please make sure you smash like on the video. Let's get up to 100 likes before kickoff. And let's get into it, shall we, people? Because there's a lot to talk about and some very, very late team changes for the Boks. Yesterday, Villaroo confirmed injured with a groin injury, and now we have got confirmation that Jean-Luc Dupré is in fact out. It is not actually, they're not even updating on all the different APIs and stuff like that on all the websites. But we have got confirmation that Jean-Luc Dupré is out with an injury. In his place, Kwaka Smith will start in the number 8 jersey, and Andre Esterhuizen will provide support off the bench. So very interesting to sort of see how that affects the Boks. Obviously losing the physicality of Jean-Luc Dupré in versus Kwaka Smith, but now all of a sudden getting an additional breakdown threat from the get-go. So lots of different parts, really, when it comes to picking apart this Boks side. A couple of changes as well for Australia. No James Slipper, for example. No Dylan Peach. But Rob Valentini back in the mix, and no Harry Wilson either. So the straight swap over there. Valentini's a big addition to the side. Brings a lot of physicality, and he's one of their superstars, isn't he? Now, people, what I want to do is we are very excited that this weekend we are launching our beta weekend, testing weekend for our brand new platform that we're going to use for the player ratings and stuff, and it is called My Picks. So I'm going to be dropping a link in the description. And I want you to go and get involved with that over there. I want you to go and predict your score. Have a look at the app and stuff like that. It's going to be up for the next 2 days for a trial period as we have a look at exactly what's going on and kind of what you guys also the feedback stuff like so go and get involved in it. Go and play around with it. Give us some insight. Give us some feedback. We want to know what you guys think of the platform. We're really excited about it. It's going to be a big part of our content creation moving forward. Being able to do player ratings, being able to predict the team, for example. That's a big score prediction over there. And it looks a little something like this. There we go. So this is our Springboks versus Wallabies page on the site itself. Over here, so you can go on all the different content for the weekend, and you see the date there, managers, competition, the likes of that. Over there, we can go and look at these are my results when I did the team prediction. I didn't predict a Wallabies side, but you can go do that next week, for example. We haven't locked in a score prediction yet, so when you then go to the score predictions, we've got a place over here to make the score prediction, and it's going to show what the fan score predictions are. So I want you guys to go and get involved with all the different predictions at the moment. There is a 100% win prediction for the Boks, which is maybe a bit bold after last week. But we can go and lock in our predictions, and we can go and see what the average score is. At the moment, the average score is 27.3 and 15.7 for the Wallabies itself. So that's going to sort of see what the average score line is at the moment. People going sort of close to 30-odd points for the Boks and around 15, 16 for the Wallabies. During this, they'll then populate a try line. We've got some live stats over here. Over there. There'll be match events. And you can see those are what the different things we're going to have there. So as part of looking at this, you can go look at the stats over there on the platform itself. You can go see exactly what's happening. And it's really, really interactive. That's kind of what we try to build. You know, we try to build a system where you can really get involved and you can go and feel like you're part of the action over there. You can see over there, obviously nothing's been populated yet because we haven't had kickoff yet. You go look at the lineups. They are available at kickoff. You can see there's a bit of a countdown to it at the moment, and we need to manually upgrade it because obviously we've got a Jean-Luc Dupré who needs to move in over there. But and they've actually just come out. There we go. So they've just pulled in. There is your Wallabies side. We'll go look at this now in a second, and then afterwards we will be able to rate the players and basically be able to rate either side, the Springboks or the Wallabies, and as well there will obviously match statistics. So that is our new platform called mypicks.app. We are relaunching it properly ahead of the New Zealand game, but we've got an opportunity now for you guys to go there and test it. Early opportunity for all the Forever Sports users to go get involved, have a look, and kind of get to grips with what exactly they're looking at, stuff like that. So it's a very cool platform. I'm very excited for what it's starting to look like. And I think that it's going to become a big part of all our different content as well, you know, with regards to getting you guys more involved in the conversation, making it very interactive, and allowing you guys to kind of be part of the conversation itself. We're going to have a look at the side very, very soon, and we're going to have a bit of a look at what Rassi Rasmus had to say about the team and, you know, what he had to say in the week about Australia and kind of the response, stuff like that. So we'll go back over there and we'll hear from what Rassi Rasmus had to say. But again, in the meantime, I want you first of all to go and lock in your predictions on the MyPicks app. or the website, and let me know what those predictions are then in the comments. And let me know if you've done it on the MyPicks app as well, so we can go and see who signed up and who's using it, and what you guys think of it as well. Because yeah, as I said, we spent a long time trying to get it right, and yeah, really hoping that you guys are going to enjoy it, because it's been built for you. Basically, that was kind of the whole point. You know, when we talked about, you know, how do we add to our offering, for example, how do we, you know, grow our community and give our community some more things that they might enjoy. A big thing was a platform like this to get to grips with exactly, you know, what you think the team should be, predicting scores, rating players, giving you guys a bit more of a voice about what you guys think, rather than just the comments, for example, something a bit more tangible. You can really get into it and, yeah, show your feedback. So please do get involved in it. Please do go and give us feedback as well about what you like, what you don't like. As I said, it is very much a beta testing weekend. So lots will obviously still change within the site itself. But it's basically an opportunity for you guys to go have a look. And then we're going to launch it in full earnesty come the All Blacks game, which should be really exciting. So people, let's go get those score predictions. I'm going to go with probably about 7-point margin. And yeah, so let's make the score prediction, shall we? So you go there, and now you can decide. So I'm reckoning, and the nice thing is over there, you can kind of build. You can almost go, cool, we're going to have like 3 converted tries, for example. I'm going to go with a 19 points to 10 margin. That's what I'm going to go with my. I'm hoping it's going to be a lot more, but I'm going to be a bit more conservative. After last week, I really decided that we're going to go all out. We're going to be a big result, and then it wasn't. So I'm going to lock in my picks, and there we go. There's my prediction. As I said, at the moment, you can also see something that's adjusted some of the average scores. So please go to that platform and go have a look, shall we? Right, people, we have got less than 20 minutes left to kick off, and it's time to really sort of ramp things up. But the big thing I think we want to talk about is what Rusty has had to say over the week in terms of responding to the way we played and why he's picked the side. Now, obviously, things have changed because he, in this stage, had Rue at 15 and he had John-Luc Dupree starting, and that's all changed. But I think this press conference really gives you a bit of an insight as to what the Boks are thinking, how they might change things, and kind of what they're expecting to see this weekend. So let's go have a look and hear what Rusty had to say himself.
Rusty, we know weeks like this you plan ahead, and you know probably Australia 1, Australia 2, like it was Italy 1, Italy 2. But how much of that plan did change? I know you said that momentum is key in that plan, but how many changes had to happen after that initial plan before the first season?
Yeah, I think the 4 guys that's unfortunately with the result and us losing momentum is probably Krappies and Ethan and Vincent. There was 4 guys that would have played this weekend, and hopefully want to get back onto the horse and win again. And I guess then obviously a guy like Kirtley might have backed up. And Kanan might have played centre if we won, but I mean, I think 4 guys missed out. I think I know, but also injuries and other positions. So, but no, that's how it works.
Yeah, just actually, Bashir, you just answered the one Vincent, but just the 8-man position, just how far is Johan Augustus and also Kevin Hannekool? And I'm asking it because there is an 8-man crisis. You've got Kobus, I know at 8 in the past, is Georgia. So obviously, even the Roosters hasn't been even much of a show. So I mean, what's the situation with Kevin and Hannekool and Johan Augustus as well?
Yeah, so I don't think there's an 8-man crisis. I mean, Jasper Wiese is just currently banned, so he'll be back. I think Sia was actually excellent. Sia scored a try. He sorted out the breakdown. You know, he was concussed with a unfortunate, not concussed. His knee went with an unfortunate incident, and I thought Kwagga, when he came on, 1 or 2 balls that he still unfortunately was deemed to be off his feet, or the ball wasn't out, and I think Kwagga always brought an impact. So I don't think the 8th-man position lost us the game. We're not going to bring in somebody new. We believe the guys that we have here is doing the job for us, and it's difficult to keep the squad that big and give everybody game time. But I mean, JL, I think everybody has asked many times in the past, when is he going to get a proper chance? So it's his chance now, and hopefully that goes well. What was the first part of that question? Was that only that? Yeah.
Rassi, just we're on the 6-2 split, so I've gone 2 locks as well, and Franco at 7. Is that more about the lineouts?
those selections?
Yeah, unfortunately, Peter Steff also got concussion, and we've got a couple of options at 7. But having Sos there, he's done it many times for us. He's probably one of the guys that's the fittest in the team and is very close to what we have in Peter Steff. And yes, he knows what we want to do, and we all know what we did do wrong last weekend. The thing is, to know what you did wrong is easy, but to fix it is not always that easy. And we feel a guy like Sos will help us in the lineouts and in general, where the game gets a little bit loose. He can help us tidy it up.
Just in the 6-2.
Oh, sorry, the 6-2, yeah, sorry. The 6-2, yeah, we feel we need that. In this game, we at altitude, we thought running all over will tire their legs, and we got that totally wrong and maybe outsmarted ourselves, and they really played clever. So, yeah, 6-2, yeah, probably will point more at the grind than a running game. And I think the weather will also not allow us to really run around, and we're just running and not really being effective last Saturday.
Hi, Rossi. We've spoken about the why the what last week. We know what happened, the lineouts, the breakdown, defense, whatever. But have you got to the bottom of the why?
Yeah.
Because you spoke about slumped shoulders and attitude.
Yeah,
so I'm just curious what the why is.
No, obviously, if I had all the answers here, it would be fantastic. I would be sitting here smiling and brimming with confidence. It's been a while since we've lost. And it's been a while since the game just ran away from us in 7 minutes. So it's been really a while, and it's not a lack of feeling when that happens. But then when you go through the first session on Monday, the answer starts coming, and then we did attack today, the answer starts coming. And so why we did it? We 22 points up, and you think this is easy. And then you get a shock, and you get 2-3 concussions. Not as an excuse, it's totally on us. But we did lose Sia, we did lose Marku, we did lose Kirtley, we did lose Edwell on the other side. So everything almost got compounded in, and then all of a sudden we were 14 points down, and they were just putting down the hammer. So I think as we're going through the training sessions, we were finding the solutions. And one thing was, it maybe came too easy in the beginning, and then when it got bad, we couldn't handle it.
Damien, you had an extra week of getting to look at the Aussie centres. Knowing that you guys are on the back foot, do you feel you know more about them, and at the same time, do you feel more of a sense of responsibility now that you're getting back into the team to also lead the guys on Saturday?
Yeah, it's tough to answer because we obviously got a chance to watch him in the Lions series as well. And we did that review together as centres with some of the losers as well. But yeah, there is always a responsibility, not just for me, but for Andre, for Jesse, for Kanan if he goes to 13, or whoever plays in the centre, or wherever we play in the position. For us, it's always a big responsibility to own that position when you're playing it, and we know that. But we also know that whoever playing we make, we give each other enough confidence in the week to own that responsibility, to make sure when you go there on Saturday that you are feeling 100% confident and you know what's coming.
Ras, you've made all these changes, and do you feel, I know you like to plan ahead and you told the guys before who's going to play the second and third test, whatever, but with last week's and this help, is it almost like open cards now? Guys like Thomas Toy and them, can they push for more starts this Saturday by performing the Saturday for All Black Test and going forward?
As I said, only those 4 guys would have played this weekend, if things went well and are not playing. So RG would always have started, and Ruan would have started, and we like to know, we would like to think that those guys are close enough and they help each other and push each other really hard during the week to perform on Saturday, and that didn't happen last weekend. So if we throw out all our plans that we had just because we got beaten very well by the Wallabies, then we won't be believing in what we're doing. So we stuck probably 90% to our guns, what we wanted to do. So we would like Eamon and Argia, and Salman is unfortunately injured now. We'd like those 3 guys to push each other and fight for that spot, but also share that jersey.
And then the same with Dukes and Andre. Ethan was the other one which would have probably got a chance in this game. So between him, Kainan, and Jesse in that 13 jersey, Flukanju is coming back now. Mapimps is back into the squad. So it's nice to have the squad depth, and it's nice to play the guys and get them test caps under their belt. But I've said this a few times this week. But then when we lose, we have to break a little bit. But yes, those guys got a lack of opportunity, and I think RG hasn't started for us in a very long time. Ruan has played a lot of games for us last year, against the Wallabies away. So there's a few guys that get the opportunity now.
Yeah, Damon, you mentioned you had a chance to look at the midfield Lions series, and obviously last week. A guy like Joseph Swali, just your thoughts on what he brings, obviously from his rugby league background. What does he offer differently?
Well, I think he's very agile and explosive. Obviously, he gets up in the air very well and very easily and very high. I think we handled that quite well last week. But obviously, I've watched him a bit in rugby league. I watched a bit of the rugby league in Japan, and I watched him when he was at the Roosters. And it was enjoyable to watch. And like he did on the weekend, he does very well to keep the ball alive, especially in contact, and that's what they do well in league as well. So it'll just be, I think for us this weekend, it'll just be making sure that we can take his space away, but take it away together and not individually, because he does have not big arms but long arms, and he can get the ball out quite easily. So it's been cool to watch. It almost reminds me a bit of watching Israel Folau, just bringing that different dynamic to the Australian team. So I think we handled him quite well last week. Just those one or two soft moments where he got the ball away, and obviously the intercept was pretty special as well. But we know that we have to take his space away, but we have to take it together, not as individuals.
I see that there's guys like LaRue, Andre Pollard, Damien, Chesson Colby, who didn't feature last weekend, all of them, but were part of the 2019 World Cup final team. I mean, how much of a comfort is that for you, that in a game like this, which on the surface is quite tricky and slippery given what happened last weekend, that you can fall back on guys like that in a big moment like this? I mean, not every team in the world has that.
If we win, and then we would say fantastic. That would be great. But no, Cheslin was injured. When we didn't take a chance on him last weekend, he was coming back from a back injury, so it's nice to have him back into the team. But hopefully, it's all smiles on Saturday evening. But it's going to be hard work, and that's, I guess, when you have squad depth and you're winning, then you really have squad depth. If you have a big squad and you're losing, then you only have numbers. So we must make sure that nobody says Saturday night after the game we've got a lot of numbers, but not really squad depth. So that's the challenge that all of us has to take together. But it is comfortable having a guy like Cheslin out there, and just you see him back on the pitch. You just remind you how good he is and what he can do. But just talking about Shirley, I mean, Jorgensen, if I couldn't say his name correctly, is special. There's a few of those loose forwards who's really special, and we'll have to watch, and hopefully the guys can help us.
Thanks, guys, for this off. Wait, and then Lee.
Rassie, we know you weeks like this you plan ahead, and probably Australia 1, Australia 2, like it was Italy 1, Italy 2. But how much of that plan did change? I know you said that momentum is key in that plan, but how many changes had to happen after?
Right, so here we go, people. We have got 6 minutes left till kickoff, and the action is about to be coming you very, very shortly. People, we need to get more score predictions going in the comments. Let me see what you guys are thinking. Where are you guys going with this over here? What are some of the comments? Where are you guys watching from as well? Let's get those predictions in. The Boks are about to come out. We are then going to move into our national anthems, and then we will have kickoff. So it is time, people. It is time. And I asked on the poll, who will win today's clash? Over 1,000 votes. People going with the Springboks. Now I want to see what you guys say with regards to who are you supporting today? Big question marks. Surely it's majority the Boks. But let's just see how bokke orientated are we. Springboks or the Wallabies? The Wallabies. And a couple of people asking what's happening to Jonathan Dupree. He is ill. that is the chat. So he is ill. He's not injured or anything like that. Obviously woke up today and is not well, and unfortunately will not feature this in this match. As a result, Quacker Smith, by the way, you can see even as they're running out, can't really run because it's so wet. So expect to see very wet conditions in the kickoff in a few minutes' time. So people lock in those predictions, lock in the likes as well. Let's get up to 100 likes in the video before we get kickoff, and let's see what everyone over here is thinking. I think we're in for a very tactical game, to be honest. I think we're going to see a bit of a slugfest. But yeah, so Johnny Tapia is out. He is, as I said, he woke up ill and is not playing. As a result, he will be replaced in the lineup by Quacker Smith. Now, here we go. The impies there who learned their lesson last time when they came running out and bailed hardcore. So they've not come out as aggressive. But yeah, Johnny Tapia is out. Unfortunately, Quacker Smith into the side and Andre Esterhuizen onto the bench. Those are the final late changes to the side. Right, people, here come the Boks onto the field. We will then move into the national anthems, and then we will have kickoff. The fireworks are going. Cape Town is a buzz. Good to see Ches and Coley back in the side. Yes, Visa along with some of the non-playing staff and players there, all sending them on here. But you can just see very cautiously coming out are the Boks with the wet all over there by the tunnels. Grant Williams next to Andre Pollard. That's going to be a very interesting combination. JC Creel leading them out for the second time, I think it is, in his career. Obviously, captain, I think it was against Barbarians as his first opportunity, but then became a test captain and now gets the chance to leading them out today. No Yemen Etzebeth in the starting lineup. No Sia Khaleesi in the match day 23. Big losses, both of them, to this Boks side. But let's hope that we can manage, and very interesting to sort of see what Quacker Smith brings in place of Johnny Tapia. Not necessarily the same amount of physicality, but another breakdown threat, which is hopefully going to try and sort out some of the breakdown issues that we had last year. People are going to move into the national anthems, and then when we're back, we will have kickoff. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And without any further ado, we'll go start with the national anthem Australia and then South Africa.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every state of birds Australia fair.
we have it. What a rousing rendition of the anthem. Newlands, not Newlands, but Cape Town, absolutely belting it all out. There, the fireworks go, the tops are coming off, and we are about to have kickoff. People, get your chats in, get your score predictions in. Put your cock in the block here. Let me know what you're thinking with regards to score predictions. Where are we going? Are we going to see a big score line, a small score line? Also, people, very cool new feature as well. We've got a couple of new things we're trying to in the studio. I really want somebody to become a member. So my big thing at the moment is please can somebody become a member so we can see if it works. But we've got quite a cool little feature when somebody becomes a member on the stream. But obviously we'll only know if somebody does that. So please consider becoming a member. It is the pinned comment on the chat. Go and become a member. It's a pretty nominal amount, to be perfectly honest, $20. It shouldn't break the bank, but it really does help us do sort of things. And then, as you can see at the bottom, we've got a Rusty's Coaches Corner for our top chatters. And basically, anybody that sends a super chat will be featured. Their chat will be on the screen, and they'll move into the top coaches column on the right-hand side. So what I'd really like to see from you guys this stream is I'd like to see at least one member, and I'd love to see a super chat so you can see if these things work. So if you are watching, please consider trying to help us out there and see if it works. We do have the quick, by the way. 100 Polo goes down the right-hand side, sends it pretty long into the 22. First touch of the ball for Nick Frost. And up there nice and quickly is Kenan Moody. Nick White, about a month almost after he has basically almost announced his retirement, starting once again against South Africa, and Arthur Snyman looking to put a bit of pressure on him. Leaves a bit of a hit on him, and happily Fasti gets up and takes it brilliantly out there. Great work though. Grant Williams was quick ball here. First carry for Ruan Nokia, nice and solid, getting nice early ball. Backwards is called, and Oxenchair, the vice captain for today, by the way, has to clean up. Malcolm Marks then wrestles his way down to the ground. Ball away from Grant Williams. Looking for options. Andre Pollard appears to be in the pocket. It goes back to Pollard and immediately goes to the air, to the left-hand side. Cheslin Colby will give chase, as will Damien Dearlindy. It's slightly too overcooked. And Tom Wright gets away from Cheslin Colby. Makes a good tackle coming from Marco van Staden. Starting the number 6 jersey once again due to the injury. And there it is, an early penalty as well, just outside the 22. Not running is the call from the referee. And I think I actually go over the breakdown there. Surely being caught on the ball. Well, somebody over there said that there's no breakdown threat. Well, we just got a first breakdown penalty. So we'll take that. Jesse Creel wants to have a conversation over there. I think there's potentially a hit. And the first thing that comes on, by the way, is the kicking team. So, yeah, that kind of shows you what the chat is over there. Malcolm Marks. But Andre Pollard's call for his kicking team. We're going to take the points early on in this game and not muck around, which I quite like the idea of. Let's not make any early mistakes. Take the points on offer, and I think he needs 3 more points to get to 800 test points. So this will be him up to 800 test points. If he does slop this kick, it's pretty straightforward on the left-hand side. You can see on the screen there. And the kick is good, right? Early lead for South Africa within 2 minutes. Nice penalty. Take the 3 points. Get the scoreboard rolling. Nice start. Very, very nice start. But nice start here from the box. And I think the big thing about it is we need to really sort of grow into this game rather than start fast and then kind of fade off. And the kickoff on the left-hand side. Now touch for Kwaka Smith. That's brilliantly taken up the air. I think Kwaka Smith managed to actually grab it as they've gone down. Not sure where this ball is, to be honest. There's going to be a scrum. South Africa, says the referee. Under a lot of pressure at the breakdown. I mean, at the kickoff, rather, from Kwaka Smith. And it was Corey Toole, actually. He's getting his first start today on debut, as they say over there. Corey Toole, very, very good player. Very good player. Rapid. Absolutely rapid. Arguably one of the fastest players in World Rugby. Mostly from the 7 circuit. Now has recently made the switch to 15s. Getting his first opportunity in a Wallabies jersey this evening. And expecting a big game from him again today. People, please do smash like on the video. As I want to get to 100 likes. And, yeah, not too late to lock in your score predictions. Loose trio, a little bit lighter with no Jean-Luc Dupré, but interesting to see how the scrum battle goes. In the front row, we've got Thomas du Toit in the tight head position. We've got Oxenchair in the loose head, and Malcolm Marks in between them. Arthur Snyman and Ruan Nokia backing up in the engine room. But a very quick and mobile loose trio today. Not maybe as abrasive without the likes of a Jean-Luc Dupré, but it's a pretty solid. The ball comes straight out the back, and Grant Williams will take a bit of time before finding his kick. And allowed to bounce does Tom Wright. And he's looking to kick it. No, he actually wants to run it himself. Very lateral. Ball pops over the top. And they've actually lost it. Have Australia forward, says the referee. I think it was actually knocked down by South Africa. They have to go all the way back towards their 22. Nope, go back for the advantage for the knock-on, and will be a South African scrum in a good position as well. Good work this year from the Boks. Yeah, so the ball over there from Tom Wright wasn't the best, but in fact, it was actually fine to Joseph Sewell. He was weird. I was trying to take it like that. So high above his head almost. Knocks it on there. So nice opportunity at the scrum time. Get a penalty, take the 3, build the innings here, people. That needs to be the plan. That needs to be the plan. Having a look at the bench, they take McDermott, and you can see Malcolm Marks barking out a few instructions. Andre Pollard having a couple of things to say. Everyone is together. We do have an injury, and looks like it could be a bit of something quite serious, given the fact that everyone stopped. Now he's back onto his full feature. Is Tom Wright? Right, there we go. Meeting over. Go back for the scrum. Good opportunity here to potentially get a penalty, get another 3 points. Looking in good condition, though, is the Cape Town Stadium, despite all the rain that they have had during the week. Big opportunity here. Tom Robertson into the starting line. They're still using Angus Bell off the bench. I mean, he's such a good loose head, but it's just the impact that he brings on was a big part of that last week, and they've elected to leave him on the bench instead of promoting to the starting line, despite the fact that there is an injury to James Slipper. No, Tom Wright's off here, by the way. Actually, he's devastated. So an early changer for the Wallabies. That's not what they would have liked to see, especially given the fact that last week there were a couple of other injuries. But Andrew Kellaway's going to come on. I mean, he never gets a start, but he's been on quite early both games. Now comes the second shot for Oxen Chair. Penalty advantage for Grant Williams. What's going on the left-hand side? Inside ball up there, Fussy. Fussy got options. It puts it onto the boot there. Oh, Chester Colby just can't quite hold on. We'll go back for the penalty. Electric, though. Electric from the Boks. As soon as the penalty advantage there, nice little inside ball to up in the fuss. Takes a good gap, puts the kick in behind to the left-hand side. Chester Colby holds on to that. They probably had a couple of players around him. We'll go back for the penalty. Potentially taking the points here will be the shout. And you can just see Oxen Chair doing an absolute job on Snell Tupou. And once again, we'll take the points here. And this is what we want to see. But some traditional Springbok play. Build an innings. Scrum, penalty, take the points. And keep doing that. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Wear them down. And then we can start scoring some tries. Looks pretty good from Andre Pollard. Is what he does best. And the flags are raised. And we get going with another 3 points within 6 minutes here. Scoring more than a point a minute. But through the boot of Andre Pollard this time. As opposed to a couple of good tries, which were at the same time last week. I think a lot of South Africa will be a lot more settled about this sort of start than what we saw last week. Which was frantic and exciting. But also saw us kind of gas out a little bit. So we've been seeing a bit of a slower start. But hopefully it's a bit more sustainable. 6-0 after 6 minutes. And it works, as we can see. Big shout out to Mary Ungara for becoming a member and seeing if that works. That's what happens now when you become a member. You get a little box shirt with your name on it, a dedicated or a new number pops up every time. So big shout out to becoming a member and to showing us that it does work. And Grant Williams, by the way, goes to the boot after kickoff. RKS Neyman's going to give chase here, as is Caden Moody, and it comes off the hand of RKS Neyman forward, and comes out to James O'Connor, whose little tap pass went into the hands of Damien Dale-Lendi. You are going to go back for the knocked on by RKS Neyman. It was a good contest in the air from Caden Moody, and then RKS Neyman just couldn't quite hold on to it as it bounced off of, I think it was actually the back of Caden Moody. He was never going to take that. Was RKS Neyman. It was just more of a reaction than anything else. We'll go back for the scrum. But yeah, if you'd like your little name on the back of a Boks jersey during the stream, become a member. So that works. That's cool. Now, somebody can send a super chat so I can see if my coach's corner works. That would be even better. Then I know that everything's working nicely. Right, come big scrum. Yeah, it's in Australia feed. But opportunity for always an opportunity for a penalty for a box scrum. That's the nice thing about how good our scrum is. That there's just always an opportunity for a potential scrum penalty. But it's a free kick to Australia. Quickly taking it from Nick White on the left hand side. He goes, stabs the ball in behind. There's actually nobody there. Goodness me, this is a disaster. They're going to go and Corey 2 on debut's over. An absolute disaster for the Boks. Something out of nothing. Oh, and there we go. And all of a sudden, Australia respond. And that's Nick White just being on it. He just, as soon as the free kick there, saw space, tapped it, kicked it in behind. No one really monitoring it. Just nobody really reacted fast enough here. Kane Moody caught on the ball as well. That's far too easy. Far too easy. Opportunistic from the Wallabies, but that's what they were so good at doing last week. Just taking their chances when they're on. And Corey Toole has had to wait no less than 8 minutes to open his account in a Wallabies jersey. And James O'Connor now will kick from the corner to try and give them an early lead. Ah, come on. Come now, people. Come now. And it's a great kick from James O'Connor. Right, Australia into the lead. I mean, that's just what we need, isn't it? Corey Toole with an opening try and debut. James O'Connor slotting it from the side. And the Wallabies lead. 8-0 innocent. Could be a long game ahead for us. Fraser McWright, captain for the first time. A lot of firsts today across the different teams. Right, we start to the right-hand side. They're good take there from Nick Frost. Thought he had such a good game last week, but a good tackle coming from Kane Moody and Archie Snyman. 6 points to 7 after 9 minutes. Need to wake up a little bit. I was poor with that try. I could see it. And shape for the Boks kicked in Nick White. Then back to James O'Connor's got a bit more time. Will find touch. The Boks will restart things just past the 10-meter line on the right-hand side there. The call is coming from Grant Williams. Right, Malcolm Marks, first line of the day. Lance was not good last week. But over the back to Grant Williams. And he gets to Damien Delaney. He pops up short to Markov and Staden. Interesting line out. No, says the referee. Lenny Catal. Williams to the left-hand side. Pollard. Terrible pass, but Jesse Creel takes it well. They're trying to hold him up there. Fighting down to Maul is the call from the referee, but they scrambled well. Had to do it very well there, Jesse Creel. That pass is behind him. Now taking his time as Grant Williams going to go to the butcher. Arcus Neyman will lead this chase, as will Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby's going to get up there. Cheslin Colby goes up. It allows to bounce. Doesn't hit anybody. And under pressure is Nick White. Quacker Smith all over him. Throwing him to the ground. The DHL and then over the ball goes Arcus Neyman. Turnover ball here for the Boks. 5 minutes out. To the left of Thomas Detroit. Thomas Detroit just short. Look how muddy that pitch is on the right-hand side. Back to Arcus Neyman, who made the turnover in the first place. Just short of the Boks on the doorstep. Composure needed now. Grant Williams complaining about not rolling and not getting clean ball. Back to Andre Pollard. He's going to the cross kick. On the bounce to Kane Moody. In we go. Thank you very much. And off we go. First try of the match for the Boks. Back into the lead. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. And Andre Pollard with a little bit of a inside, almost like a bit of a banana cross kick. It was quite a weird one. It worked very nicely. We'll take that. We will take that. Just so much space out wide. Yeah, it just bounces away from Corey Toole into Kane Moody. He almost runs it to Jesse Creel, actually, as he was coming inside. It's a good try, though. It's a very, very good try. Nice response to that from the ball. But it was just so good. It was the pressure on Nick White from Quacker Smith. Then the turnover from Arcus Neyman. A couple of nice carries. Opening up that space. And Pollard to the corner. Over he goes. Very, very nice. And it's a good kick as well from Andre Pollard. Right. Well, here we go. 13 points to 7 after 12 minutes. It's a high-scoring game so far. Plenty of action. I think we're in for... It's interesting. It's bad conditions, but I think we're in for a high-scoring game. I think both these teams' defenses are not quite where they need to be perfectly honest. And that should allow us for quite an exciting game. So yeah, if you'd like to become a member, as I said, please do check the pin comment. Otherwise, yeah, I'm still looking for someone to send a super chat, even if it's like a $5. I just want to see if my Rusty's coach's corner works, because I've been a developer this week. I've been Nick White's off, by the way. So he did not show. That's bad. That's poor for me. But it's just so typical that the most hated player in the Australian side by South African fans, he got thrown to the ground by Quacker Smith, and it looks like he is not going to be able to continue at this stage. Probably going for an HIA would be my guess. But anyway, from the restart, it goes up and great take that from Max Jorgensen. Gets the ball away as well to James O'Connor. Almost holding on this. Damon Delaney, a bit of space on the right hand side. Andrew Kelly goes to the boot, and back is Pollard, who then loses. What is that? That's a disaster. And Australia have scored. Pollard, what have you done? He's saying there's a knock on. That is absolutely shambolic from him. Well, Pollard's gone straight to the referee. He's not happy about something. He's saying that it was knocked on by Andrew Kellaway, I think, in attempting to tackle. Let's see this angle. No, he gets knocked out of his hands. He gets knocked out of his hands. We might have a look here, but I don't think this is going to get chalked off. Yeah, it's knocked out of his hand. Oh, goodness me. That is appalling. That is so bad. We conceded. Oh, they're saying it's a knock on him. Yeah! Come on! Come on! Woo! I think we got away with that one. It's going to be a Springbok scrum. Well, that is a big, big, big moment and a big saving grace for Andre Pollard, who kind of got it slightly wrong and then was wanting to put the pop away. And yeah, I think it's the right hand there that then knocks it on. I think the first one's fine. I think it's the right hand then there, because I think when he knocks it with his left hand, because he knocks it basically out of the hands of Pollard, Andrew Kellaway, it's his left hand. I think that's okay. It's then come off his right hand. That's a great spot from the TMO, actually. A really, really good spot. Well, that's a big relief. That's a big. that's a get out of jail free, that one. Goodness me. Right, so scrum time. We know what the order of the day here is, people. Penalty, kick it up the field. Simple, simple, simple. We know what to do here, people. On the 5 meter. We're now busy trying to move around, trying to find a spot to scrum because it's so wet underfoot. Joe Schmidt always looking very smart. He's so class as Joe Schmidt. 18 tests for the Wallabies, 9-1, 9 lost. The 9-1 is probably the big stat there, considering that he inherited an absolute shit show. And some of those are some good wins as well. Come on, big scrum, boys, big scrum. It's pretty solid at this stage. Ball available. There, use it as a ref. Good scrum that from the Wallabies. Back to Andre Pollard. And he looks to find a good touch. Finder will find touch, but Max Jorgensen, no. So Wallabies will restart things just past 10 meter line on the right hand side. Felt like I said that recently. Right, a try apiece for the two sides. The two penalties from Andre Pollard currently separating. Having a look at a very packed DHL stadium. Which, by the way, we've got fans there that won our competition. So if you would like to go to a competition and win box tickets, then go and become a member right now and get an opportunity. The space for James Wright. Big tackle coming from him. Ball available. Very good rolling there coming from Andre Pollard. To the left-hand side. Rob Ballantini. Nice big hit coming from Thomas the Toy. Advantage now. Tate McDermott, who's onto the park. 2 injuries in the Wallabies backline already. Penalty advantage here for the Wallabies. The Lions have a little chip over the top, and Cheslin Colby's there. And they'll go back for the penalty. They milked it as Tate McDermott. As the counter Damien Delaney would then judged to then be playing the 9. And I think it's actually Markov and Staden. What's the penalty for you? It's Markov and Staden. It's not that deep. It's really not that deep. Right, penalty right in front. I assume they'll take the poles here with the Wallabies. James O'Connor, in fact, going to the corner. Well, this is what I think they needed to do against the British and Irish Lions, to be honest. I think they're very aware of the fact that they're not going to win this with penalties, are the Wallabies. So they're showing a bit of confidence here, and they're going to kick to the corner. It's not his best kick from James O'Connor, so they still have lots of work to do. Just says, calm things down, calm down, calm. Look at him. He's got a smile on his face. He's loving life as James O'Connor. What an up-and-down career he's had. He was kicked out of squads for partying, for alleged cocaine buying. He's been out of Australia, back in Australia, missed World Cups, been in World Cups. He's done it all as James O'Connor. But I think he's quite a mature player these days. A lot of space on the right outside. Ball over the top is a bounce. We're having to scramble a bit, but that's what that whole rush defense does. It forces poor passes and allows us the opportunity to scramble. So nothing wrong there. Australia actually back behind the 22. Good hands, though. Robertson caught on the ball by Archie Snyman. Quick boy from Tate McDermott. Linton Ikatar puts his head down. Good tackle coming from Ruan Nokia and Oxen Chair. Thomas Toy trying to go over that ball at the breakdown. To the right-hand side, Valentini. Yeah, nice tackle. Will Skelton. Good tackle. They're coming from the two props. Left-hand side now. Space wide. A couple of dummy runners. Kenny Moody's gone through. Kenny Moody's just hanging on to the shirt of Max Jorgensen. He had to make sure he didn't let him get away. And I'll take McDermott. Will weigh up his options. Oh, he's dropped it. He's dropped backwards by arse. Backwards says the referee. He's still going to take McDermott. Eventually brought down by, I'll tell you what, he's straight on the ball. Oh, that's a phenomenal penalty. Goodness me. Goodness me. I mean, as he was going down, Malcolm Stoddard was on there. And bang. Wins it very, very well. Great breakdown penalty that from Malcolm Stoddard. Somebody earlier was saying they're worried about the breakdown. You've got Kwaka Smith as a breakdown threat. You've got Malcolm Marks. Damien Delende flattens him. And as soon as he goes down, bang. Malcolm Stoddard hands on the ball, wins the turnover, wins the penalty. Kick ourselves out of a bit of pressure here. We're having a good time now, the fans at the DHL Stadium. Our second last home game of the year, actually. How quick has that gone? Next time we'll be at home is in Durban, and then that'll be our bit of a messy line at that. Malcolm Marks loses it forward. Arceus Neyman, it's bizarre. He went up and he was fine, and then he completely loses it. So the line, that's a good tackle from Malcolm Stoddard. He's been a man on the mission the last couple of games. It's about time, actually, to be honest. I was saying recently when that sort of Italy series, like Malcolm Stoddard had a few opportunities, but just hasn't recently shown what he can do. The last couple of games, he's been much better. But another line-out miss. Okay, Snyman at fault this time, just dropping the ball, essentially, when he went up there. Slight interference, you could argue, and then Malcolm Markson trying to clean up, losing it forward. We'll go back for the scrum. Last time was a pretty solid scrum from Australia. Yeah, see, no one was brave enough to put some score predictions in here. A couple of people did on the my picks, which is good to see. Big scrum, yeah. Little scrum penalty, get ourselves further up the pitch. And the TV placements are terrible as the guy keeps standing in front of the camera. Problems. To the right-hand side, though. First receiver. It's a good carry that coming from, I think it's Corey Toole. To the left-hand side, then I'll go to the pack. A couple of Boks players own that ball. But good breakdown work from Australia. Now Fraser McRae, first receiver. Rob Valentini bounced off Eamon Delende. Quacker Smith trying to rip that ball in the tackle. Doesn't manage to. Up to the 22. Take McDermott to the left-hand side now. Good tackle from Grant Williams. Malcolm Marks lurking. To the left-hand side, Rob Valentini. That's big hit on Rob Valentini from Oxen Chen and Franklin Mostert. Franklin Mostert back in the number 7 jersey. I think probably for the first time since 2021, I think. Don't think he played there during 2023 in the World Cup or anything. I'm trying to remember. Good defense. Some big hits here. Dominant tackles. It's one of the things that the Boks do more than any other team. Are the amount of dominant tackles we have. Tate McDermott snipes, goes himself. Quacker Smith trying to get over that ball. And you can see that's a super big penalty you can see from Quacker Smith. Trying to go straight over the top. Needs to give a bit more clarity here, this Quacker Smith. It was silly. No need to go over the top there. Just be patient. Just be patient. The opportunity will come. Keegan reckons it's going to be 42 points to 25 in favor of the Bokke, predicting a high-scoring game. Well, it's trending in that direction. It is trending in that direction. Still not taking the 3 points here, the Wallabies. To the left-hand side they go. James O'Connor will just keep this into touch. Malcolm Marks wasn't very happy with the clean out. I think it's Tom Hooper coming through and going straight on his neck. TMO, the TV director's making sure the TMO had a good look at that. Try and relay a message back to the referee. Right, Aussies, 10 meters out. Good line out, looking for the money more. Once was the call from the referee. Not really going in now. He had a bit of a chicken shove, but the Boks are pushing towards, and Dave McDermott has to use it. Comes back inside, Lenny Guitar. Pans off Pollard, but Grant Williams gets across, and over the ball is Malcolm Marks. Yeah, Thomas. Brilliant turnover. Thomas Latour is literally saying, "Ref, can I grab it? Like it's here? Can I take it?" The ref's like, "Yeah." It's like fantastic. Now we're looking to run up about 22. Chandler Colby goes to the boot, sends it along. Has that been carried back? It shouldn't be. It should be all right. It's a great kick from Jason Colby. I don't know why he's suddenly looking at fans. Did he catch the ball or something? I'm confused. Every single opportunity we're having a look at fans, apparently. Yeah, so it was inside the 22. It's a great kick from Jason Colby. Put them all the way back on their own 10-meter line. Very nice to exit that, but a great... that's a couple of turnovers at the breakdown, by the way. So it's already a bit of a big improvement from what we saw last week. Good to see. I just want to see improvements. I want to make sure that these things get better and get fixed. Good line from Nick Frost. Ball available. Fraser McGrath user goes to Rob Valentini. And ripped in the tackle by Kwaka Smith. But unfortunately landing back. We're going to go back for a penalty at line-out time. Taking the man in the air. Silly. Discipline, people. Discipline. Down as Ruan Nokia getting a bit of treatment. Looks like he should be okay to continue. In a great... Yeah, look, I think it's a bit of a soft penalty, to be honest. Ruan Nokia's back on his feet. Looks like he's going to be okay to continue. Got a bit of a limp, but yeah, first test start for South Africa was against Australia in Perth last year, back in the starting lineup, and in some very, very good form at the moment is Ruan Nokia. Definitely pushing for that number 5 spot. So far, 2 out of 2 lineups for South Africa, 2 from 2 in Australia and for Australia. So yeah, it was bad last week, the lineouts, and it's good to see it's a bit of an improvement so far. And good line on that. Fraser McGrath go, but it's actually skewed though. Fantastic. Dan, it's actually not a typo. It is because that used to be our old become a member. The name used to flash up saying became a member. And unfortunately, yeah, I kind of just ran out of time to update the studio. So that's going to change. If you weren't here early, we've got a new thing that now pops up when you become a member. I think it's quite cool. So if you want to become a member, you can see what it is. It's a little name. Put your name on a little Boks jersey. The Mexican wave is going around the DHL stadium. And I'm still searching for the first super chat to see if the Rusty's Coach's Corner works. So that's the little thing at the bottom there. So, yeah, if anybody wants to throw out a super chat, maybe a ballsy prediction, just drop some knowledge. Drop some knowledge on us in the chat. The message goes on the screen, so just drop bars. Packing down for the scrum, yeah. They haven't had a scrum penalty since the first scrum we've had. So, difficult to get scrum penalties when you don't have as good a footing as you'd probably like in dry conditions. But... Let's see. Come on, let's have a big... But 2 injuries here for Australia, which isn't going to help them try and bring that impact in the second half. Ball's available. Thomas Toy's head's on the ground. Ref says the ball's available. Now Damon Delindia, first receiver, runs over James O'Connor, who hangs onto his leg. Short from Grant Williams to Franco Mostert. Nice carry. Malcolm and Thomas Toy there. Getting around the park is Thomas Toy. Slow ball this for Grant Williams. He's going to go back to the box kick here. Up he goes. Jason Colby leading the charge. Arceus Neyman around there as well. Jason Colby goes up. Jason Colby knocks it back to Arceus Neyman. Gets away to Grant Williams. Long pass. And Will Skelton is... Oh, that's done very well as Andre Pollard. I mean, they passed straight back to Pollard. And Will Skelton was just happy to be standing next to him. Wasn't the best option. Now Fussy goes to the boot. Kanan Moody now will give chase and compete in the air. Kanan Moody takes it brilliantly. Ball comes loose on the ground. It is inside the box though. Knocked on, says the referee. The initial take was really good. And as he went down, losing it in the process. Oh, there we go. Well, shout out to Alistair for the super chat. As you can see there, if there was a message attached to that, it would have shown there. But as you can see now, into the top coach block. Okay, so it is working. It is working. So if you'd like to feature in the coach's corner, then feel free to send a super chat and yeah, that'll come up and show you exactly what's plotting. But shout out to Alistair for making sure that's working. Big ups. Appreciate that. 2,500 people watching, less than 200 likes. This is poor form. We've got to make a better effort there. Let's get up towards that 500 mark here, surely. That means, basically 1 in 5 of you guys need to like it. And, there we go. Big shout out to 47 and saying, Rusty knows. And as you can see, they've got into the coach's corner. So we've got a couple of people now in the coach's corner. So starting to operate. Here we go. Continuing operating. Australia looking pretty lethal. Corey Toole kicks in behind, and will find touch just short of the 22. It's a very nice exit there from the Wallabies. Good management. Just a couple of wraparounds there, a couple of runners. Then Corey Toole's got a great skill set being a sevens player. He now... yeah, I think he's going to be a star on the 15 circuit is Corey Toole. Oh, his name goes up. It's a good line. And Markham starting now, puts his head down. They're targeting James O'Connor. He literally looked up and said, where is he, basically? And went straight at him. So far, he's been up to the task as the Wallabies fly up. Now, ball available for Grant Williams. Lifts it high in the air. Jason Colby's going to give chase here. And knocks it backwards. Back into his own hands. It's just Jason Colby. Very good. We've been so good in the air so far. Grant Williams, quick ball to the right-hand side now. Pollard, long pass out to Damien Delendi. Little chip over the top, little cross kick actually towards Kanan Moody, who puts it to the boot but can't keep it in the field. Probably the right idea. It was kind of out of his reach there, Kanan Moody. A TMO's call's coming, yeah. I'm not entirely sure what for. And we're having a head clash here, potentially. Potential shoulder-to-head contact on Chesden Colby. So I'm not sure. I think it's probably going to be a penalty only, to be honest, but it will be a penalty. And, yeah, I think the initial contacts are around. Jason Colby saves him, actually, by going with the ball into contact. Otherwise, it could have been direct head shoulder contact. But it is a penalty, and to the left-hand side we go. Good line out there from Jordan Nokia. Good carry there from Damien Delendi. Grant Williams to the right-hand side. Mark van Staden. Nice carry from him. Big hit. Quick ball looking for Grant Williams. Goes short to Arceus Neyman. Absorbs a couple of tacklers. Grant Williams looking for options. Mark van Staden goes himself. Thomas Latoya there to clean up Fraser McRae. Make sure he doesn't cause any interruptions there. Damien Delendi steps back on the inside. Rests himself down to ground. Ball available. Thomas the Toy. Will Scout and Fraser McWright. Penalty against Marco Verstappen for being ahead of him. I think it's obstruction is the call. Or pulling him. I'm not actually sure what that's supposed to be for. He's had a busy game so far, Marco Verstappen. This time penalised. Right, onto the teammate of the Wallabies. Good line towards the back to Nick Frost. Straight down, Tate McDermott. Kind of looking for options. Goes Sully, but inside ball. Sorry, tackle on him, but ball available for McDermott. To the right inside they go. Will Scarlett versus pops up to Connor. Grant Williams go over the back. Grant Williams is knocked it backwards. Then lost forward by Tupo. Knock on advantage for the Boks. Grant Williams looks for options, goes behind to Apple Fassi. Sends it out to Pollard. Pollard to Damien Delendi. Damien Delendi see a bit of space. Inside ball to Quacker Smith. Quacker Smith bounced over one. Robson for Valentini. Fisher goes down to ground. Ball available for Grant Williams up towards the halfway line. Ruan Nokia first receiver. Pops it short to Thomas the Toy. Gets it back to Oxenchair. It's good hands. Good hands. Finds a few meters in the process. Grant Williams sees a bit of space to the right hand side. Pollard now looking to go to the boot. Does go to the boot. Canan Mooney will give chase. Gives up on the chase, but hammers Corey Toole, who takes on the contact well. Gets away from a couple of tackles. Gets the author away as well. Ikatal goes to the boot. Stays in. Back is Andre Pollard. He's got Fassi to his left. Long pass side wide to Fassi. Fassi wants to run it. Puts it up in the air for him to chase. Take McDermott around there. Uplead Fassi should get ahead of him. Does get ahead of him. Gets the ball away. Off and up to Ruan Nokia as well. Franco Mostert's there at the breakdown. But they've turned it over at the breakdown. Australia now. McDermott sees a bit of space. And back is Cheslin Colby. Cheslin Colby will turn around. He'll run this hard. Chip a chase for Cheslin Colby. Over the top it goes. To Tupo with the skills and then puts it straight into touch. Not his best kick for Tino Tupo, but he's actually holding his finger. He's in a bit of pain there, Tino Tupo. I wonder if he's actually dislocated, I wonder. I think that's why he kicked it. I think he was just in so much pain, he just wanted to get out of it. It's a great take there from Apple Fassi over the head of Tate McDermott and the inside ball there from Ruan Nokia. Franco Mostert was providing an option to the left-hand side. I think it's Corey Toole. Straight onto his feet, takes the turnover, but yeah, dislocated his finger there to Tino Tupo. So a bit of a break in play here. It's a weird stat. The 2018 Rugby Australia Rookie of the Year. Trying to see where... And he's been running around like that. Oh, that was horrible. His entire fingers just... went in some different other direction. Goodness me. Oop. No, that wasn't pretty. That wasn't pretty. Right, good line, around the back. Malcolm Marks to Grant Williams. Flat. It's a ball. Jesse Creel makes it break. Still going, Jesse Creel. Into 22. Quick ball from Grant Williams, left hand side. Oxenchair! Oxenchair at the line! Still going as Oxenchair. Ball available. No, Mr. Ref. He's got back into. He's rolled back into. How's it a penalty advantage? 5 meters out. Oh, come on. Will Scott's literally rolled back into the ruck to slow things down. Quacker Smith bounced off a few. Quacker Smith is over. Come on, the lads. That is Springbok rugby, boys and girls. That is Springbok rugby. Try Quacker Smith. Talks about him giving away too many penalties last week. Some of you even saying he's too old to be playing, which is a wild shout considering he's like 32. Into the starting lineup at the last minute, and that's his 10th international career try. 50 points up for Quacker Smith. Bang! Gets away from Big Frost and Ikatal. Boom! And a full moon just to top it all off. Look at the celebrations from the Bokke town. I'm not sure where they are. Looks blooming cold. Kevin making a good point. That Will Scott and that wily bastard Just actually, I mean, as he went down, he kind of like rolled back towards the ruck to try to slow things down. Grant Williams saw it, and then as soon as the referee said something, Squelton was like, "Oh no, it wasn't me." He knows what he did. He knows what he did. Important try that, and 20 points to 7. Looking a bit better. I'm feeling a bit better about life. The guijo's up. The vibes are good. Now we just need to make sure that we don't cock it up in certain terms, because we had this last week. But it's a good try. It's a good and simple conversion for Andre Pollard, who hasn't missed a beat yet. Nice. Just before half time as well. Important time to score. And all these, stop going for drinks, you idiots. Whoever decided to put a TV camera right by a bunch of fans who every single time they stand up goes in front was... Guys. Also, how could you be... The bar can wait. The bar can wait. Fraser McGrath hit off the ball there. They've taken him out well so far, the Boks. He hasn't had an opportunity to have a go at the breakdown. Good take that from Andrew Kellaway. Dominating a lot of the collisions here are the Boks. They're doing good work. Will Skelton met by Franco Mostert. A busy half for Franco Mostert. Malcolm Mark still not happy with the way that Nick Frost has been cleaning him out. McDermott now goes to the boot. Sends it quite long. Jorgensen will give chase. Andre Pollard's underneath it. Andre Pollard takes it well. Pops it up to Cheslin Colby. He needs to get away from Grant Williams. Cheslin Colby. Slightly lateral. Gets away from a couple. Still going as Cheslin Colby. Then sees a bit of space. Needs to stop. Yeah, just short of the 22. Andrew Kellaway will return the favour. He goes to the left-hand side. Up there, Fassi well placed. Andre Pollard says go to the boot. And Fassi will go to the boot. And he'll kick and chase himself. It's gone quite deep. Needs to stay in. Doesn't stay in. Poor kick. Poor kick. Mike says if we are not 40 points ahead at half time, I will be worried. And Tulio asking am I a gamer? I wish I had the time to be a gamer. I really do. But I just haven't had time to. I used to play games here and there. Big shout out to Caleb Climbing saying go bokke. So you can see our coaches' corners. They're working quite nicely. Got our top coaches there. 40Z and Caleb Climbing there. Nice to see that function's working. Good line of that from the Wallabies on the front foot. Less than 2 minutes on the clock here. Joe Sololi. Ball behind James O'Connor. James O'Connor comes back inside. Pops it up in contact. Going over the ball there is Thomas Toy rather. Misses it. Fraser McWright. Wallabies captain for today. First time captaining the Wallabies. Lenny Katal. Runs into Damon Delendi. Delendi. Had a strong half so far. McDermott. Fraser McGrath, it's a horrible pass and straight through his Quagga Smith, but does well. It's Andrew Kellaway. Doesn't evade the tackle of Thomas Latoy. Oxen Chair wants to make himself a bit of a menace at the breakdown. Will Skelton, a bit of show and go from the big man. Makes a yard or two. McDermott to Valentini. Solid tackle there. Double tackle coming from Thomas Latoy and Arceus Neyman. Not much to it. So Will Skelton will try and get things back on the front foot once again. Quagga Smith is there, and the ball's already not bobbled, and Quagga Smith's got it away. Was it a penalty? For what? Nah, I don't agree with that at all. They're going to take a shot at goal here. That's annoying. They lost the ball. So as the ball's going down, Quagga Smith, the ball bubbles. And he jumps on it. It's a loose ball. Nah, come on. I wouldn't classify that as playing the ball on the ground. The ball bubbles, which means it's loose. It's not in the ruck. Right, so James O'Connor on the stroke of half time to make it a 10-point margin at half time. Annoying. And O'Connor turns immediately. It looks good. It looks like it was kicking against I think it might have been kicking against the window. The ball took a while to get there. Right, half-time score, 20 points to 7. No need to panic. I'd actually say it's an improved half from a game management point of view than we were last week. Unfortunately, once again, Australia have scored just before the half-time break, which is frustrating given the fact that that we kind of feel like we don't go in the halftime with momentum like we could have if we had just managed to not concede that penalty. Although I think the penalty is harsh, to be perfectly honest. But anyway, right, people are going to go to a halftime break. And we'll be back very shortly. Please do smash like on the video, by the way. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Please also go and check out My Picks, our new platform, which is going to be used for the ratings later. So go make sure you got an account so that when the match finishes, you can go and do the player ratings on mypicks.app. So go and visit that in the halftime, and you can see that's an open beta weekend. So for all your the Forever Sports community, they can go and get it checked out and see what's cooking over there and give us some of your feedback. But we'll be back very shortly, and go get your beverages sorted, and I'll see you after the break.
special welcome to our youth representing the various surrounding schools and communities here today. Today we want to encourage you by saying, look at these champions standing and practicing before you today. They are living proof that dreams do come true if you stay focused, stay strong, and never give up. Springboks, our heroes, you've made us proud once again. You've lifted the spirit of a nation, and today you've lifted the spirit of your heart. So I want to ask our fans and communities, can we put our hands together again for the presence of the Springboks here today? Kyk na ons rugbyunion. Hulle wys vir ons dat drome waar kan word. En as jy fokus, sterk bly en nooit opgee nie, sê ons vandag, welkom by die Springboks en dankie dat julle ons weer eens inspireer. Our success or your success is not just measured in trophies or victory, but in the way you uplift communities and remind us of the power of teamwork, resilience, and national pride. Our youth see in you an example of what can be achieved when talent is nurtured with dedication and humility. As we celebrate Women's Month and the historic resilience of women during 1946, marching as a unified body for their rightful place and their voice to be acknowledged and respected. Today, the Alhara Rugby Football Club celebrates by introducing their first time ever women's rugby team. Can we give an applause to the women rugby team of Belgium? We want to say to the women, your courage, your passion, and determination echoes this morning. And ons sê almal wat vandag in voorbeeld is, if they can do it. There we go. Next place. Keep it steady. 2-4. Down. Hold down. Head point. Smile. Thank you very much.
Right, welcome back for the second half, and there's a change for the Wallabies. Their entire back line stocks have been depleted, and Tane Edmund is onto the park for the second half. Not ideal for Joe Schmidt because there are any other injuries in the back line. I'll have to start playing forwards there. So it looks like James O'Connor's going to go off, and Edmund's going to get an opportunity. We will have kickoff very, very shortly, people. If you want to join that coach's corner in the bottom there, please feel free to send a super chat. If you want to get your name on the back of a Boks jersey, consider becoming a member. And it is a mistake off kickoff from Tane Edmund. His first touch of the ball is to kick it out on the full. Kwagga Smith very cautiously watching it go out on the full. It'll be a scrum back at the halfway line. Not his best start. But big news that for the Wallabies is the fact that O'Connor is off and Edmund's got a big 40 minutes ahead. 10 points is the margin. And Boks, I wouldn't say bad in the first half. So I'm going to say really bad. I think it's very wet. I don't think we really appreciate how wet it is. And I think that we coped with the conditions quite well. I think the penalty before halftime was very harsh. I don't understand. He had all the rights in the world to play the ball. The ball popped out. He didn't rip it or anything like that. It wasn't in the ruck. You know, the ball just completely popped out naturally. It was on the side of the ruck. It was actually behind the ruck. So that was a bit of a strange call for me. But anyway, what are your full-time predictions here, people? And 5,000 people, by the way, have voted. And they're all saying, that 93% of them are saying they're supporting the Springboks. And going to have a new poll coming up there. Grant Williams once again asking the referee the question. The referee says no. He goes to the left-hand side, though. Up left, Fassi at first receiver. Chips over the top. Goes to the boot. A good grab of that from Fussy. Pins Australia all the way back to inside the 22. Jez and Colby back there, and Jesse Krill making sure they're not going to take it quickly. And let's get another go. Yeah, and who will the Boks be able to defend this lead? Question mark. Simple yes or no is what I'm asking you people. Go and vote in that poll. And let's get busy. Let's get busy for the second half. Early line for Australia. They go to the front of the line. It's a good take from, looks like Tom Hooper, in fact, that time. Trying to get into the hands there was Ruan Lockyer. But the more stopped you. Taking a while to, now it's actually going backwards. Tate McDermott. And Oxen Chairs come through the middle. Oxen Chairs on the ball. Oxen Chair actually have the ball here, to be honest. He does have the ball. Brilliant work that from Oxen Chair. Turnover ball here for the Boks. Now bobbles out and Grant Williams goes back to Pollard. Pollard to Damien Delaney. Damien Delaney looking at options. Damien Delaney goes himself. Bob said to one. Penalty. Was that for obstruction? Come on, guys. Come on. Indecisive as Damien Delaney. To turn over the ball in that kind of situation and then concede a penalty of obstruction. That's just poor. Such a good turnover. Oxenchair working his way through the maul, gripping that ball, and then you run into the player and you can see the penalty. Frustrating. So intelligent. The ball is available there, and he says, nope, thank you very much. Grabbing it like a piece of cake is Oxenchair. All over that ball like a rash. Another good line-up. Fraser McGrath uses it this time. Goes to Valentini. Valentini. When Quacker Smith runs into it, it's going for the ball. It's Quacker Smith. Goes to the boot to Tate McDermott. And it comes back forward of Colby, says the referee. Turn over ball. You have Tate McDermott. Once quick ball. Flings it out to Buddy Pollard. Pops it up to Valentini. Pops it up to James O'Connor. So it looks like Edmund's actually playing it at... is it Suali'i who's off here? I think it could be Suali'i who's off. It is indeed Suali'i who's off. So looks like Iketar's at outside centre. Over the ball there was Malcolm Marks. Nothing says the referee. Tupa with out the back door. It's good hands to show. Space out wide. Comes back inside. This is Corey Toole. Good tackle coming from Ruan Lockyer. This is good momentum though from the Wallabies. Down the short hand out once again. This time losing the ball forward. And it will be a Springbok line-out. People, please do smash a like on the video. If you are watching, we want to try to get close to 500 likes, 337. It's good work. We could do a lot better than that. And also, please do subscribe if you are new on the road to 100,000 subscribers. Mark van Staden had a good start to the game. You can see a couple of silly penalties after that. Ball available with Grant Williams. Is going to go to the boot. Be interesting to see when we deploy our bench and kind of how we use it. I'm interested to see where Andre Este is going to go. Whether he's going to go to centre, whether he might split in a flank. Gets up in the air. That is Grant Williams not gone particularly far. Arceus Neyman's there. Loses it forward as Arceus Neyman. And it will, no, in fact, it's forward off of an Aussie player. So there must have been another hand in there. Arceus Neyman goes there. Yeah, but I don't understand why he was pointing towards, yeah, it's definitely an Australian scrum. Bizarre from the referee. He initially pointed to the box. Didn't really make sense. And here we go. Well, we spoke about it. Here come two new locks. So Ruan Lockyer and Arceus Neyman off. They're on for the 5 minutes. And Lourdes Diago and Eben Etzebeth on. Now, this is going to be interesting to see how much of a difference can they make as an impact player versus the starters last week. I thought Arceus Neyman was solid. Ruan Lockyer busy. But I wouldn't say either of them really blowing the door down. Arceus Neyman hasn't quite had that big game for us just yet this season. Hasn't quite shown, brought that Leinster form where he was just looking so good at one stage. It's a very full DHL stadium. That's much better to see. There were lots of empty seats last week in Ellis Park where SA Rugby took on the ticketing for the first time. Big ticket hikes. And we did see lots of empty seats, unfortunately. This time looking a lot better. So 2 changes for the Boks. Lourdes Diago, Eben Etzebeth on. 3 changes for Australia. Tate McDermott, Tate Edmund, and Andrew Kellaway on. Nick White, Suali'i, and Tom Wright all off. Connor, we're kicking behind. It's very, very flat at the moment. Kenny Moody's going to have to go and... Oh, Kenny Moody, what have you done? Kenny Moody, man! And over goes Jorgensen. That is horrendous. You can see the laughing there from Australia. I mean, that's an absolute gift. Kenny Moody coming across. Basically just looked to try and, I don't even know what he's trying to knock it up, trying to grab it, but he leaves it behind into the hands of, I mean, this is completely against the run of play here. Individual errors. He's got so much time, and he overruns it, does Kane Moody, and then runs into Cheslin Colby, and the ball just pops in front of Max Jorgensen. I mean, Max Jorgensen is a great player, but Cross, he's been given some gifts this year from a try point of view. I mean, that is, it's literally just a mistake. That is an individual error, and suddenly you want to be a score, and they can keep boys and get within 3 points. Oh, goodness me. Three points to the advantage. Goodness me. But that's not even a defensive thing, you know, towards going to defense. That's just an individual error. He's just missed the ball. I'd love to see Rassi Russ and the coaching staff's reaction to that. See Kalisa not looking very happy down the right and on the touchline. Another change for the Wallabies. Williams on, Will Skelton off. McDermott goes to the air and is allowed to bounce into the hands up at Fassi. Does well to cope, but stolen in the air from Corey Toole. Long pass from McDermott. James O'Connor now. Kick over the top into the hands of Cheslin Colby. Right, Cheslin, what can you cook up for us here? Colby goes to the boot. Just outside the 22. Won't get there to compete. Hits James O'Connor hard though. Ball comes loose. Kicked a hit by Jesse Creel. And then kicked back out and comes off the knee of Damien Delindi. It should be a Wallabies line out unless there's a knock on. In fact, it's a Bokke line out at this stage. Too many individual errors. I mean, you look at the tries that they scored. The 2 tries that they scored. One, quick tap, kicking behind, nobody there. Now, kicking behind, and then coming across was Kane Moody. Doesn't grab it. They go over. They almost went over when Honja Poro got caught on the ball as well. Stop mucking around at the back, people. Those are silly tries to concede. Very, very silly tries to concede. And a change here. Angus Bell's coming onto the park. He had such a good impact last week when he came on. And Vilkolo's going to come on as well. Ball over the top of the line up there. Ball available for Grant Williams. First carry for Luat Diaga. Referee says no, leave it. Ball available for Grant Williams. Pollard, long pass out wide to Colby on the wing. He has to go behind it to actually fetch it. Spins away from Tate McDermott and makes a good tackle. Ball available for Grant Williams. Oxen chair, pops it short. Big carry there coming from Eben Etzebeth. Big hit on him. Ball available once again for Williams. A couple of players coming quickly. Then keeps it short. Goes Thomas to Toy. Scrambles well as Malcolm Marks. Short west. Eben Etzebeth seeing half a gap. We have to off that away again to Luat Diaga. The 2 locks linking up. Quick ball now for Williams. Damon Delindi. Working hard. Good carry that from him. Grant Williams. Ah, man. Eben loses a 4. That's terrible. Come on, man. I don't know if there's a penalty advantage. There's a double knock-on back for the knock-on. Discipline, yeah, boys. Discipline. Discipline, discipline, discipline. Right, scrum here. No change in the front row for the Boks. We do have Angus Bell on. Jeremy Williams as well in the second row. So the Aussies have only got 2 players left on their bench. The Boks currently with 6. To the left-hand side, McDermott. Good tackle that's coming on the corner was James O'Connor. But ball is loose, though. Backwards says the referee. Advantage. I think it might have been a knock-on advantage from the Boks. Use it, says the referee, for Tate McDermott. Angus Bell. First carry of the day. McDermott now, once again. After a couple of blockers. And he's been charged down by Eben. And O'Connor now has to clean up. O'Connor launched it to the left-hand side. In fact, pretty central, actually. Underneath it is Pollard. He goes to the left to Colby. Right, Colby, well, come on, cook, Colby, cook. Comes back inside, runs to Tane Edmund. Bit of a weird decision, that. Ball available for Grant Williams. Thomas Troy pops up to Pollard. Pollard out towards Kanan Moody. Kanan, can you wake up? That's so poor. Loses it forward. James O'Connor pops it up and they go back for the knock-on. I mean, come on. That is basics. That is basics. It's into his hands. He's looking up. Eyes on the ball. Right, here comes another replacement. Tupo's afternoon is done. Zane Nongor comes on, the youngster. "24 years of age, Zane Nongor. Very young for a tight head. Tight heads usually peak in their late 20s. "19 game line success for Australia. I assume that's 19 attempts, and 20 for the Boks. Ball available. McDermott to the right-hand side. Taylor Edmund first year. Pops out for O'Connor. O'Connor long pass out wide towards Kellaway. Kellaway goes to the boot. Pops it up to Fussy. Fussy puts it in the air for Kanan to give chase. Come on, Kanan. It goes next to the left-hand side. Franco Moster's there. Franco Moster knocks it back very well. And Evans were there. Bounces off of Billy Pollard. Still goes Eben. Throws off Daniel Zongo. Eventually gets brought down. Good work that from him. Pollard goes to the boot. Colby will give chase. Colby gets to the air. Knocked backwards into the hands of James O'Connor. There's a creel there. McDermott, long pass out wide. Bit of a fumble from Toole. Space out wide for the Boks. Knocked a charge down by Kenemu. Backwards from Franco Mostert. Had a good work rate so far this afternoon as Franco Mostert. Ball available now for Grant Williams. Turnover ball for the Boks. Quagga Smith. Pollard. Delendi. Running through the hands here. Fussy. Fussy gets around the corner. Fussy still going. Eventually brought down by Jorgensen. Ball available for Grant Williams. Oxenchair wants it. Oxenchair gets it. Just outside the 22. Grant Williams. Eben. Lurt backing him up. Needs to be careful not to get in front of him and concede a penalty obstruction. Pollard goes for the cross kick. What was that? Not on. Straight into the hands of Corey Toole. It's bizarre. I don't understand the cross kick at all. Bring on Sasha. Yeah, bizarre to see. Well, ask and you shall receive. On comes Sasha Palmagomazulu. But not for Pollard. I think it's on for Fussy, actually. No, it's actually chosen Colby's coming off. Well, coming back from injury, I suppose. That's probably the thinking. So Colby is off. Fussy has gone to the wing, and Sasha's actually gone to 15. Or they're taking off Caden, and Colby's gone to the right wing. I think that's exactly what that's what they've done. That's the right move. Ballsy as well, to say unacceptable, basically. That's a big hook, though. Penalty advantage from the maul. Grant Williams. Damon Lenendi leaves it behind. Go back for the penalty. You can see that the ball is wet. So many individuals, so many knock-ons, so many handling errors at the moment. But that's the right call. That is definitely the right call. Kenny Moody's been pulled off. Cheers and Colby's moved to the left to the right wing. And Fuss has gone to the left wing, and Sash Famigomazulu's gone to full back. Here comes Brandon playing Mosa for Australia. And a penalty as well in the middle of the park for Ekatar being offside. So they've got the choice here. And I think we're going to just take the points here. I think it's in the middle of the park. I think here goes the kicking tee. Yeah, I think we just need to slow things down. Get some points in the second half. Guys, it's wet. It's wet. Just play basic rugby. You can see Ekatar clearly offside there. Yeah, you don't want to be Kane and Moody right now to be hooked and have to... I mean, they would never have planned that substitution. Yep, no issue from Pollard. Straight over the middle of the poles. Our first points of the second half can come in the 56th minute. Right, 23 points to 17. A 6-point advantage. We just need to simplify things. Keep it simple. It's wet, people. It's wet. Watch the ball. Into your hands. Skill set, people. Yes, skill set. Good take from the kickoff from Quacker Smith. A bit of space there. It bounces off of Nick Frost. Outside the 22, though. Grant Williams now asks for a couple of blockers. He wants to put this in, put a contestable up here. Evan Etzebe, I'm sure, will be ready to chase this. And there he goes, along with Cheslin Colby. And comes forward off Oxenchair. Good pass there to Grant Williams. Space for Grant Williams. Inside ball to Pollard. Good tackle on the halfway line. Ball pops out. Grant Williams caught on the ball. Lutiaga there to clean up and just slow things down. Quacker Smith now at scrum off. Shows and goes. Almost gets under the tackle of our Valentini. Finds a couple of meters, does Quacker. Back into the pocket is Pollard. Goes to the boot. Couple of chasers, including Fuss, who's now out on that left wing. Brilliant take that from Tane Edmund. McDermott, quick ball. Angus Bell. Oxenchair taking that personally. Makes a good tackle with Malcolm Marks there. But it's a strong carry there from Angus Bell. Use it, says the referee. McDermott's going to the back of a long caterpillar there. Decides not to kick. Goes to short, actually. O'Connor's been caught on the ball, though. Then it gets away from Malcolm Starn. Ball over the top. It's a terrible pass. Running onto it is Killaway. Good tackle that from Damon Dealendi. Lutiaga coming in. Good pressure this on Australia. Having to just slow things down. Was worried about the kick after the charge down. Well, Valentini was ready for that. So they lost a meter or two as well. Good pressure this from the box. Just trying to suffocate Australia at the moment. Wear them down. You can see Thomas Toy doing a lot of work at the breakdown. Just trying to soften up a few bodies and the likes of that. But Durban now eventually goes to the boot. Sasha takes a good... jeepers, man. Throws it back inside. Comes off from Malcolm Starr and goes out into touch. It's a good take from Sasha, but then a bit too clever. So what's quite interesting, by the way, we've got an interesting coming from on the ground there. Before each kickoff, Dwayne Vermeulen, who's on the touchline, raises a different colour cone to obviously indicate ball over the top from Australia. Franco Mostard's on the ball. Good work, that. A lot of people dart. He's actually one of the better players today, Franco Mostard. Gone through a lot of work as the number 7. Right, Williams. Going to go to the boot. Yeah, there goes Eben, just outside. Colby's actually lead the charge here. Colby goes up, knocks it backwards into the hands of Oxenchair. Backwards to the referee. Eventually pops it up to Mark Van Staden with a bit of space, brought down by Rob Valentini. Throws the ball back. I don't know why. Picked up by Malcolm Marks. Folks, we don't always have to throw the ball back or the pop or whatever. You can just hold the ball and just wait for a bit of a ruck. That's for it from Andre. No, it's not flat. So Sasha tries to step his way into a bit of space. No. No advantage. They'll go back for the knock-on. No, apparently it's an Australian knock-on. So obviously the call coming from the TMO. Even getting a bit of treatment. I think actually just sorting out his boot. We're going to go back for the scrum. Messy game. We knew it was going to be a messy game, in fairness. Yeah, so basically saying that the knock was there for... That's what I thought it was a knock from Oxen Chair. Well, over 3,000 people watching. People, we're still not over 500 likes. Go and smash that like button right now, people. Please do consider becoming a member. It's a cool little pop-up on the screen when you do. And please be like the likes of Caleb Climbing and I think it was TD7. And if you want to send a super chat, you'll be featured in over there, the Rusty's Coaching Corner. So we appreciate all the support from everybody, which helps us take you guys closer to the game than anybody else. Right, here comes the replacement. Kobus Arana onto the park. Grant, and what's actually got on there? Yeah, so on for Williams. Kobus Arana will see out the last 20 minutes. No other changes at this stage. No change in the front row. We've actually... when was the last time we've seen us not change a front row or the likes of that so late? BJ says, I'm watching in person. I'm forced to listen to the Aussie commentary. I've turned the I assume TV volume down. Your commentary is saving me. Thank you. Anytime. Happy to help. But John, let's go get those likes up, little people. And yeah, big shout out to everybody who sent a super chat or join the members club today. All those small amounts add up to make sure that we can continue to do this for you guys. Most of it actually just goes into equipment and travel funds, so we can make sure we can do things like cover the press conference afterwards and get that to you guys. So big shout out to those people. And yeah, unfortunately, not quite enough yet to us to go to New Zealand. So we'll have limited coverage in that week, but we are working on things for the end of year tour to try and make sure we've got people over there. And we're still waiting for a reset scrum here, by the way. That's why I can got a minute to tell you about that. But yeah, big shout out to anyone who's become a member. If you'd like to become a member, click that link in the pinned comment on the chat, and you'll get a little cool pop-up on the screen when you do that. And also, we've got we've got a member watching at the game who joined the members club, and as a result, went into the draw for tickets for the game, and they're there now watching it. So those are some of the perks of becoming a member, if you would like to do that. Finally, we do have a scrum here. Looks pretty solid, and McDermott goes to the right side. Taylor Edmund. Long pass out to Kellaway. Kellaway steps back inside. Damien Lindy makes the tackle. Ball available for McDermott. He wants to cover players on the right-hand side. Then wants to go to the short side. Good tackle there. Keeping Jeremy Williams back behind the gain line. McDermott not going to go to the boot. Lifts it high. Chasing. Ball available. Sasha goes backwards. Quacker Smith is there. Been good in the carry so far as Quacker Smith. Couple of penalties conceded, but I think overall he's had quite a good game. Comes around to the left-hand side. There's got a bit of space. Sasha goes straight to the boot. Pops up for James O'Connor. James O'Connor runs into JC Creel. Mate, terrible idea. Spins well. Oxen Chair, good tackle. And straight over the ball is Oxen Chair, but removed off it. Now McDermott's going to go to the boot. Jorgensen will give chase. April Fassi is there. April Fassi goes up and bobbles up and goes to Markov and Staden. Comes away with it. He then decides to pick up Jorgensen and carry him with him. Kobus Rana, quick ball. Goes to Lurt. Nice carry that from Lurt. Kobus goes back to Andre in the pocket. He puts it in the boot. The right-hand side. Jason Colby's after this. And it bobbles up. That's surely forward from Australia. Notices the referee. I don't understand how that's not forward. Corey Toole with a bit of space. This is dangerous. Chip over the top. Pollard. It was knocked back. I think it's not forward from Toole. Fassi makes the tackle. And it's a turnover ball here. Now, I'll tell you what, the breakaway on for South Africa now. Sasha comes away with it. Inside the 22. Advantage for South Africa. Goodness me, that was dangerous. On turnover ball as well. I think we'll go back and look at it. I think Corey Toole actually knocked it on. But with the pace he has, I mean, watching Pollard run afterward, that looked very, very, very touch and go. All the way back in our own 22. And here comes the big man, Volko Low, onto the park. Question is, are we also bringing on Bone Fenter? We're going to see Manus van der Merwe. I mean, Malcolm Marks has got his hands on his head, so he's obviously a bit tired there. Thomas du Toit making way. Much better game, Thomas du Toit. Maybe didn't quite get the scrum dominance we wanted. I do think it was difficult scrummaging conditions, very wet underfoot, but got around the park. So I should just change to the team doctor there. Mr. Jerome Mampane is the team doctor, in case anybody wants to know that. Nice guy. Very, very nice guy. Been with the Boks for a while. Right, scrum. Vilcolo onto the park. Up against Angus Bell. Very solid. Not much give at the moment. Now use it, says the referee. Kobus Rana uses it to the right, goes to the right hand side, goes to the boot, and we'll look to find touch. Yeah, I think we should keep this simple here, people. 15 minutes, we just need to see this out. 2 tries at the moment, not really looking... I mean, we ideally need to try and find that bonus point, but in these conditions, difficult. You can just see, I mean, that area, I think, shows you how the pitch has really taken a beating. All those dark patches, that's all mud, which has made it for a wet ball. It's made it difficult for scrummaging to have either side to have a really good go. So they always talk about rain being the ultimate leveler, and it's not just about the ball being wet and people, you know, dropping it on. It's difficult to scrum, for example. Your lineouts become difficult. It can be a bit more difficult to kick, for example, as well. Ball pops out the back of the line out there. Brandon Pango-Mosa, who's just on the park, wins his first line out. McDermott goes short to Nongor. Oxenchair still going 65 minutes in. McDermott to the left-hand side. Valentini shows and goes. Malcolm Marks makes the tackle. Franco Mostert assisting. To the right-hand side. Short to Nongor. Big kick coming. Mikita. Vilko Lois to scramble. And Kwaka Smith also makes a half tackle. Valentini pick up and go. Good momentum this year from the Aussies. Angus Bell. Penalty advantage for Australia. Offside. It's the call. Ikatar now. Big carry that from Angus Bell. Good momentum this year from the Wallabies. They're going through 9 phases so far. Now Connor to Williams. Brought down by Kwaka Smith. Edmund caught on the ball. Good tap. Big tackle coming from Oxenchair. And not much advantage. The referee will go back for the penalty. Good defense, but annoying to concede a penalty. It's under a lot of pressure at the moment. I assume it's against Kobus Reinach. Or was it the next? Yeah, I think it actually came from the TMO. Because the referee only raised the arm for advantage as they were going down in the tackle. That's not normal saying. Thanks for the commentary. Go Bokke. Well, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Right, here comes Andre Esterhuizen for Franco Mostert. I wondered if we might see him at the flank, and we are going to see him at flank. I think he'll be a nice big ball carrying option in the midfield. I think Franco Mostert had a solid game, by the way. I want to look at the stats, but I think that a lot of people were questioning his selection. But I think that he had quite a solid game. Got through a lot of work to Franco Mostert. Right, on the 5 meters out to go up and Valentini trying to claim that he was playing in the air. Nothing says the referee. Looking for the rolling more. Starting to come apart. They've got a bit of run here. Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Just short penalty advantage for the Wallabies on the doorstep here. And they have scored. This is not looking good, people. We are looking... Wallabies 1 point behind, kick to come. Need to start playing a bit of rugby, people. Need to start playing a bit of rugby. Jacques says, sorry, are we starting to get overconfident about weaker teams? Look, I don't think this Wallabies team is a weaker team, in inverted commas. I think this Wallabies team could have a go, actually, at... Ooh, I'm not so sure. I think there might have been a knock on there. Let's have a look at this. Ball seems to almost come loose in the bottom of that ruck. Right, having a check here. But no issues on the GMO. James O'Connor has thankfully hooked it. So we'll keep a 1 point lead. Boys, need to play a bit of rugby here, people. Gotta play some rugby. Let's get Miles from over on. Right, restart to the right-hand side. Valentini under the ball. 1 point lead, 10 minutes to go. McDermott goes to the boot. Sasha takes it very well. Ball back inside to Colby. But a broken play. Ball over the top to Wilco Low. Good hands. Pollard now. Space out wide. David Lindy to Jesse Creel. Pops it. Oh, Fusty, can we just hold on to the ball? Welcome, Unati, to the members club. Our latest Ferreira Sports team member. So much space here, but probably need to release this earlier. Release it. Instead, he just... that's so poor. He runs into all the space, and by the time that pass comes, behind Fusty because they're next to each other. And Wilco Low seems to be coming off. I don't know if that's they're coming back for a line out. Huh? I'm confused. No, man, this is getting a little bit ridiculous. We're coming back from the line out because Sasha Famagomazulu's foot was in touch. So we're going to go all the way back. Now, I don't like a TMO intervention like that. I really don't. I mean, we've had the play. We've gone to the right side. It's a line, but now we're coming all the way back for a foot in touch from 2 minutes ago. McDermott goes to O'Connor. Tane Edmund. Up comes Creel. But spins in the tackle there, does Corey Toole. Onto the park, by the way, is Bone Fenter. Ball over the top from Kellaway. Floated pass. Space out wide. Colby makes a good tackle. Wallabies go past the halfway line. Kellaway. Angus Bell bounces off of Bone Fenter. McDermott. Edmund. Jamie Williams. On the halfway line. McDermott looks on the left-hand side. Nongor. Wants a blocker. McDermott now goes to the boot. Sasha wants it. Bounces back into the hands of Sasha. Famagomazulu pops it short to Reinach. Reinach now puts it ahead. Sasha will lead the chase. Going back is James O'Connor. Long pass out wide. Oh, Kenway dropped it. Phenomenal scenes. We'll have a scrum inside the 22. Come on. This is a big opportunity. Poor from Andrew Kellaway. This is now a big opportunity. Have a go. Scrum penalty. Let's sort this out now. That's a poor drop from Kellaway. Not the best pass. But again, takes his eyes off the ball. You can just see the Australian coaching staff. All the heads in the hands. Hands in the heads. Hands in the heads. Hands in the heads. Right, 8 minutes to go. Scrum right by the poles. Penalty, take the points. Penalty, take the points, people. I'm very interested to see how this Eden Park test goes. We're definitely not going to go in as favourites with the way we've played in the last couple of weeks. This is a difficult one to break down because horrible conditions, wet conditions, which makes it a lot more even than usually dry conditions, which is why last week we saw so many more tries, much better rugby, for example. But we're just not looking overly confident at the moment. I think that's my worry more, is going into it without out of the right-hand side. Damien Delendi, good work from him. Nice solid carry off the back. Penalty advantage for the Boks as well, by the way. Well, long pass out wide to Burn. Fento straightens. Runs it hard and straight as the big loose head. Kubus Reinach. Pollard goes himself. Reinach shows and goes. Just short. He's like, oh, he needed longer arms. He went for the try line, realized he couldn't reach it, and then brought it back. Ball available for the player and going, Burn Fenter! Just short again. Ibn Etzebeth. Scores. Quick hands. Slight hand. from Etzebeth, just whang, and off he goes. There it is. That should hopefully be the game. But much, much better that. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Good carry that from Fenton. It was just short. Malcolm Marks then had a go. And he literally just bang, bang goes Evan Etzebeth. Quick hands from the big lock. Right, take all the time you need, Andre. 6-point advantage. It's just become a 8-point advantage. 30 points to 22. Lorraine saying, come on, Bokke. It's not easy to be out there. Just demanding you to a goal, but we pray that you will do your utmost, best, whatever way it turned out. Well, I think we're now 1 foot over the line, to be honest. I think that has settled things down a bit. We've given ourselves an 8-point lead. That means, now we can go into game management mode here. Bring on Marlon from the Merva. This is my boy. They go short of the line out. Good take from Eben. And he's taking Lenny Qatar with him for a few yards. Still going as Eben, but up towards the touchline. Throws it back inside to the hands of Andrew Kellaway. Throws it back inside to Angus Bell. Trying to rip it as Kwaka Smith. He's been taken on beyond the ruck, Mr. Ref. It's a penalty, but whatever. Jorgensen shows and goes, comes to the inside. Jorgensen steps inside. Lindy makes a good tackle. McDermott caught on the ball. Shows and goes Nick Frost. Brought down by Vilko Low. Brandon Paenga Mosa pops it up short to O'Connor. Good tackle there from Sasha. Cheslin gets on the ball. Cheslin should win a penalty. Cheslin does win the penalty at the breakdown. Important penalty that to win. Now all of a sudden you've got 4 minutes. The bonus points on the cards all of a sudden. Which wasn't on the cards earlier with the way we were sort of playing. But now that bonus point could be on the cards here. We need another try. 4 minutes left. Time off is the call. Not sure what we're looking at here. Chesn Colby was 2024 basically player of the year. We're going back for a high tackle apparently. This is I think that's Sasha. So it could be a reverse penalty. So it's a high tackle from Sasha on Tane Edmund. So a reverse penalty. That's annoying. That's annoying. That's an interesting call, yeah, from Fraser. Well, obviously from the coach. They're going to take the points out of the Australians, try and give them first of all, gives them within 7, but then have a bit of a go trying to win the game. So they're going for the 3 points of the Australians. At the end of the day, if converted try is not enough for them, I'm surprised. I would still I suppose, you get themselves with it and then try and see if you can get opportunity. And O'Connor's pushed this wide. He's pushed it wide, so that'll help. You just slow things down. Not at his best evening off the tee as James O'Connor. A wry smile from him. Right, here comes Marcus Panamera for 2 minutes. That is an injustice And it is an injustice. He's a good enough player to have played a good half an hour, Marnus van der Merwe. I would have backed him. I 100% would have backed him. "78 minutes for Malcolm Marks. Right, restart from Pollard. Goes to the right-hand side. Nick Frost takes it out the air. 2 minutes left on the clock. Game should be wrapped up here. They got, ball over the top. Oh, Fussy gone for the intercept. Has knocked it on. And I think it's going to be a penalty. Yeah, just a scrum. I think that's the right decision. Or is it going to be a penalty? No, it looks like a penalty. So actually having a look here. It's a knock-on, I think, at this stage. I think I might check to see if it might be a penalty. Is it going to be a yellow card here? Oh, goodness me. It's a yellow card for deliberate knockdown. I mean, really? Really, really, really? Dear. Just to really up the blood pressure. Actually, I don't think I'll take my blood pressure tablets today. Let's go back and get them because it's going to be a long evening ahead. Got the Argentina versus the All Blacks later. Once again, they're taking the points. Saying that basically there's a potential, it was cynical given the amount of people outside him. That's what the referee and the TMO said. So yellow card to Fussy. O'Connor right in front of the poles. 1 minute left on the clock. He's missed it's just come back inside. It's dropped short. I was saying earlier, he's just had no distance on his kicks as James O'Connor. I mean, how can you not be getting a kick from there? Quickly taken off from Tate McDermott. Andrew Kellaway. Big tackle bench coming from Lourdes Diago. Right, into the last 30 seconds. Game is wrapped up. We can't lose it now. Not been our best performance, though. Charge down Tate McDermott. Turnover ball here. Knock on advantage. Come on, boys. Bonus point try. Bonus point try. Bonus point try. Esterhazen puts the hammer down. Ball comes available, but the referee's going to go back for the scrum. We will have time for the scrum, at least. Penalty, kick to the corner. Bonus points on you, boys. Got to go for the bonus point. A bit of a break in play. So the 80 minutes are up, yeah. You can just see a conversation between the couple things. And that'll be the conversation. Bonus points on the line here, boys. We've got to go for it. We have to go for the bonus point here. We want to have any chance of the Rugby Championship. We have to go for the bonus point and we have to go and beat the All Blacks. That's interesting. Lourdes Diago's only won 3 of his previous 10 test matches against Australia. Bit of a bogey team for him. Having a look at the replay here. Well, I mean, that's a neck roll. He's got his arms around his neck and rolls him, so that's a penalty. So can you have a penalty and a yellow card? Yeah, neck roll. Thank you. Penalty. Right. To the corner. To the corner we go. You can see Jesse Creel immediately saying to the corner. We can't lose this game, so we've got to go for the bonus point here. Pollard. Oh, jeepers. That's a good kick. That's a great kick. 10 meters out now of the box. Come on, the lads! Come, boys. Bonus point try here. Little 37-22 makes it look a little bit better. It'll almost be the exact reverse of last week's score, actually, if we were to do that. Bit of a messy line out. And we do have it at the breakdown. Parker Smith. Burn Fenton. That's a nice carry. 5 meters out to the box. Composure needed. Pick up and go on Marnus van der Merwe. Marnus van der Merwe makes a yard or two. Within 5. Kubus Reinach. It's a bit. What the hell is that? And you can see the reaction from JC Creel. That is an awful pass from Eben Etzebeth. That goes to hand to JC Creel. He goes into the corner. Well, we win the match, but and literally, if that goes to hand, he was in. It's such a poor pass from Eben. But you can't really be expecting Eben to throw out a long-ass pass to there. Right, people, we're going to move into our player rating show, by the way, which you can go and rate over there on My Picks. We'll be live on that stream very, very shortly. And let's get into it, shall we? People, thank you.